Thank you, Lee. Good morning. My name is James Matanke. In the absence of interim Chairman Brewer, whose flight got canceled, it's the only reason he's not with us today, I will be chairing this board and today's finance and audit meetings, and I also have real estate. You're going to have a lot of me today. I hope you don't mind. Welcome to the November 19th meeting of the Chicago Housing Authority Board of Commissioners. To our residents and guests who have joined us today in board chambers and to our remote viewers watching the meeting via our live stream video broadcast, welcome to the November 19th board meeting. I will now call the meeting to order, and our board secretary will call the roll to establish a quorum.
Commissioner Cobb,
Here.
Commissioner Cruzy,
Here.
Commissioner Gutierrez, Commissioner Harris,
Here.
Commissioner Malone,
Here.
Commissioner Parker,
Present.
Commissioner Washington,
Yeah.
Commissioner Brewer, Commissioner Matanke.
Here.
Mr. Chairman, you have a quorum.
Thank you, Lee. At this time, I will present a motion to approve the order of the agenda, which is as follows. Centering thoughts from Commissioner Harris, followed by a report from our interim CEO, Angela Herlock. We will then move to public testimony on general matters. After public testimony on general matters, we will recess the regular board meeting so the members of the Finance and Audit and Real Estate and Tenant Services Committee meet to discuss items 1 through 9. After committee presentations, registered speakers will be given an opportunity to comment on committee matters. At the conclusion of committee meetings, the regular board meeting session will resume with presentation and vote of board items and closed session. Commissioners, may I have a second to approve the order of today's meeting agenda?
Aye.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Okay. Are there any opposed, abstentions, or recusals? Hearing none, the motion to approve the order of today's meeting agenda is approved. We will now have centering thoughts from Dr. Harris.
Thank you, Commissioner Matanke. And to all of you, good morning.
Good morning.
Oh, a little louder. Good morning.
Morning.
Oh, that's much better. Thank you. Well, today my centering thought is on Thanksgiving. And to our CHA residents, family, and friends, and especially to our CHA senior residents, you deserve to be recognized. You deserve to be seen and celebrated. You deserve to have the best of the best. Hear ye, CHA residents. You have a story to tell about with all of your beautiful life experiences. So behold, we just want you to know that realize that you are our historians and wisdom carriers. And you have been entrusted with the ability to endure hard times and to overcome obstacles. Yes, and many of you have been given a deep understanding of how to solve complex problems. So we just thank the Almighty for you. And so all of us here today, we need to learn to stand together as a people because we have been called to be strong, bold, and courageous. So let us with one another love one another. That's the greatest gift we can have, is that of love. And we do that, we can be assured that this Thanksgiving holiday will be one of love, happiness, and joy. Now, you know what I'd like for you to do? I want you to look at your hands. Everybody look at your hands. I'm watching. Everybody has a hand in here, I'm sure. Okay, look at both sides of your hands.
Okay.
Now, you see your thumb? Your thumb could be like that of a turkey's head. A turkey's head. Wiggle the thumb. And your fingers could be like that of the feathers of a turkey.
Okay.
Wiggle your, okay? Now, you know what I want you to say? And look at your neighbor and say, and wave your hand and say, gobble, 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 gobble,
gobble, gobble.
It's good to have fun.
I didn't know you
I
taught
want you to have
grocery
fun and
store.
enjoy yourself this holiday season. Laugh, giggle, dance, do whatever. But have a happy Thanksgiving Day. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much, Dr. Harris. The first order, by the way, I haven't done that, I think, since nursery school. The first order of business is giving a warm welcome to our newest commissioner, LaShawn Cobb.
Thank
Welcome,
you.
LaShawn. Commissioner Cobb is an assistant teacher at the University of Chicago Earl Shapiro Hall since 2019. Prior to joining the University of Chicago, Commissioner Cobb worked as an assistant teacher at the Florence G. Heller Early Childhood School. She might have had my kids. LaShawn is currently pursuing a certification in early childhood global impact to help the disparities in her community. Commissioner Cobb is passionate about providing an enriching environment to each child, an opportunity to explore and find new ways to learn. She's committed to growing strong, nurturing relationships with children, families, and teachers. LaShawn serves on the board of specified jurisdiction for St. Dorothy School and is a member of the National Association of Black Journalists, Chicago chapter. She's also a volunteer member at her community church in the bereavement ministry. Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you very much. I'm happy to be here and serve the community.
We look forward to working with you, Commissioner Cobb. Anything else you want to say? The floor is yours for a sec.
I'm just excited and happy to do whatever I can to serve the CHA community.
Thank you. Thank you.
May I just say this? Excuse me. I just want to say welcome to the CHA family. And being that I'm the oldest, I'm going to come over and give you a hug on behalf of all of us, too.
Yes,
And
Commissioner
I
Parker
and I
wants
just wanted to say welcome. LaShawn is a resident who's a homeowner, so she's one of the first of our homeowner residents to become a commissioner. So welcome.
welcome.
Thank you.
May I ask commissioners, as a reminder, to please speak into the mic? Thank you.
I would also, I missed a few board meetings that were specially called, and I missed the opportunity to welcome officially Juliana Gonzalez Cruzy and Jawanza Malone, who recently joined the board. Welcome.
Thank you. Welcome. Yeah.
Both Commissioner Cruzy and Malone participated in special meetings held last month. However, this is their first regular CHA board meeting, and we will take this opportunity to introduce you to them. Juliana Gonzalez Cruzy, is currently the executive director of the Center for Changing Lives, a financial opportunity center providing bilingual employment, economic, and resource development coaching in Chicago. She has previous experience as director of housing counseling and advocacy and senior policy analyst for the Latino Policy Forum. She serves as a board member of the Chicago Low Income Housing Trust Fund and the Chicago Area Fair Housing Alliance. Welcome. Jawanza Malone is the executive director of the Webuild Foundation, a foundation designed to support investments and grant making to empower local neighborhood residents. Jawanza previously served as executive director at the Kenwood Oakland Community Organization, one of the oldest Black-led grassroots groups in Chicago. That's a mouthful. He has an extensive background in community organizing, work in public and private sectors, and philanthropy. Commissioners, welcome. Commissioner Cruzy, would you like to say something? A few words?
Yeah, no, just thank you, and I look forward to working with everyone.
Thank you. Commissioner Malone, would you care to say something?
Same. Great to see everybody here today. Looking forward to working with all of you.
Congratulations again, commissioners, and welcome to the CHA. As you all know, there have been a lot of changes since the last time we met, so the obvious question on everybody's mind is, what happens next? The answer is that this Board of Commissioners, under leadership of the interim chairman Brewer, is in the process of engaging an external firm to conduct a national search for CHA's next chief executive officer. This will be a thorough and involved process, but the goal is to have that new person in place by the end of the first quarter next year. Now, a little bit about the role of interim chairman Brewer. I'm reading this? Okay. Over the last 11 years, Commissioner Brewer has served as vice chairman, chairman of the Finance and Audit Committee, chairman of the Real Estate Committee, and also served as a member of the Tenant Services Committee. Vice Chair Brewer possesses a significant track record, experience, and in-depth knowledge of the Chicago Housing Authority, making him the right person to lead and guide us in the next phase as interim chairman of the Chicago Housing Authority. A little background on the interim Chairman Brewer. He attended Stanford for his bachelor's, Yale for his law degree, and Harvard for his master's degree in business. Not so good, right? But he is a Chicagoan through and through. He grew up on the South Side and is dedicated to making Chicago a better place. Right now, Chairman Brewer is a partner at the law firm of Bartlett, Beck, Herman, Palanchar, and Scott. He asked that I relay to you how excited he is to undertake his new responsibilities. He's ready to get to work. Earlier this month, under the leadership of the board, we launched a comprehensive employee survey to better understand what is and isn't working at the CHA. And the purpose is simple. We want to know whether the CHA employees feel supported in their work. In an agency this big, 500 people strong, it's easy for employees and leadership to feel detached from one another. And so we hope this survey provides insight into how we can improve team spirit. Is the survey due yet? It's being collected already.
It's being collected. It hasn't closed yet.
Okay, for all employees, please, if you haven't filled it out, fill it out. We really want to know. We want to know if employees are connected to the CHA mission, whether there are opportunities to grow, and how we can make this agency a better place for people to work. We look forward to the results and to seeing what we can do about it. Meanwhile, over the last several months, the members of this board have been visiting CHA properties, nearly 60 in total. It's quite a number, and as a result, we've seen it all, where things are working and where there's room for improvement. To the residents and building presidents who spent time showing us your buildings and sharing your concerns, thank you for your time and your faith in us. We have heard you. The planning and prep for the next chapter will continue in other ways as well. We are using this time to explore ways to make these board meetings more meaningful, including regular staff reports and presentations, and bringing back 1 to 2 off-site meetings at CHA properties each year. Stay tuned for more information on that in January. The first order of business, then, is to thank the former and future CHA Board Chairwoman, Angela Herlock, for her leadership over the last 5 years, and to wish her well in her role as the interim Chief Executive Officer. I know we're in good hands. Interim CEO Herlock's knowledge and experience in affordable housing is only surpassed by her passion for it. Thank you, Angela. We have a report from interim CEO Herlock next. Please go.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much for those kind words, Commissioner Matanke. I want to thank all the members of the Board of Commissioners for their help and support over the last several weeks. And I want to again welcome Commissioner Cobb. It's great to have another resident commissioner on the board and another resident voice, right, on our board. To the CHA staff, I want to especially thank you because you've been so welcoming, so warm, and appreciate all of the warm welcomes and kind thoughts that you definitely have bringing my way, and your energy. We're going to just take a quick look at some slides of just what's been going on over the last couple of weeks. And in the past few weeks, we've celebrated a ribbon cutting for the remodeled Irene McCoy Gaines. If you can go to the next slide, please. We've also been able to hand out coats, and these are slides of Irene McCoy Gaines, which was the ribbon cutting. We've also been able to hand out coats to 5,000 CHA youth at Operation Warm, which happened a couple weeks ago. And I definitely want to say again, thank you to the staff that make that particular event run. I absolutely love that event. I've been able to go, I think every year since I started as the chair. And it's just an amazing time to be able to work with families and make sure that their basic needs are met. The next slide shows how we've been able to network at the annual CHA and Springboard to Success fall event. I'm excited about working with all of you and look forward to continuing to share more successes together. In future board meetings, I'll be able to share a more detailed presentation on what's been happening at CHA. But for today, I wanted to use this time really to just acknowledge our recent transition and to build on what Commissioner Matanke talked about in terms of what we need to expect next in CHA moving forward. So if we can go to the next slide. When I started at CHA as the interim CEO, not even 3 weeks ago, the first thing I did was to hold an all-staff meeting to make sure that employees were hearing directly from me. And what I told them is this: I'm here to listen to employees, to residents, to partners, and to elected officials, to everyone who has a stake in making sure that CHA is the best possible version of itself as we enter into this next chapter. This interim period is about setting the stage for the future of CHA so that we can move forward together in ways that will be transformative. We want to make sure that CHA's next CEO hits the ground running. And I have some ideas about where to focus on that. And I know the board has some ideas as well, but we want to make sure that we're hearing from you, both the staff and the residents and our partners as well. If we can move to slide number 6. So as Commissioner Matanke shared,
Take the survey.
take the survey, right? The work has already started with the employment engagement survey that was commissioned by the board. We're also planning to have a comprehensive survey to hear from everyone who lives in CHA subsidized housing. And that's whether it's public housing residents, voucher holders, or participants in our home ownership program. So there will be a similar survey coming out, not the same, but similar. It's imperative that we hear from our residents. And that way we ask them about what they're really experiencing, but we can also begin the hard work of increasing accountability and improving the service that we provide for them. I'm going to be profoundly intentional about this point. CHA must increase accountability and improve our services to our residents. The resident survey will build on the site visits that the Board of Commissioners have been leading over the past several months. And when the next CEO starts, we will have all the access to the same information so we can measure our progress and decide where to go next. But ultimately, we can do all the listening in the world, but we will build trust and credibility when we turn listening into action.
Thank you.
Our next slide, one of the most important things that I plan to do is to shine a brighter light also on all the good things that are happening at CHA. And I want to be crystal clear about this. CHA has so much to be proud of. Our staff has so much to be proud of. Our employees are doing a tremendous work in supporting the development of affordable housing, in running programs and services that do transform lives, and in making sure that the more than 135,000 people that live in CHA or are supported by CHA live in stable and secure housing throughout both our public housing and our voucher programs. As interim CEO, I plan to be CHA's biggest cheerleader, and I will make sure you all know the good work that's actually happening. For example, earlier this month, we made it easier for people to find and apply for housing with our brand new CHA website and our enhanced waitlist application process. The feedback so far has been very, very positive. We joined partners with the Chicago Department of Housing and elected officials to celebrate the grand opening of the Foglia residences at the Chicago Lighthouse. This new supportive housing community is designed for residents who are blind or have visual impairments, and it's the first kind in the nation. CHA is contributing project-based vouchers for 19 of the 76 units, guaranteeing over $13 million in rental assistance over the next 30 years. The next slide is our digital inclusion team distributed more than 100 tablets and laptop computers to the residents to support connectivity and access as part of Digital Inclusion Week. Our next slide, as we celebrated CHA veterans, including both residents and staff, at a special Veteran Day luncheon that was held at the FIC. I'm excited to be filling this role for the next few months, to listen to the many voices who are invested in our success and sharing the great work this is happening here every single day. Transitions can be hard, and if there's one thing I know, it's that change that also brings opportunity. I pledge to you that we're going to make the most of this opportunity. I want to thank you, the board, for trusting me with this role. I also want to thank the staff for trusting me with this role. And I look forward to working with you all while sitting in this new seat for the next few months. Thank you.
Thank you, Angela. Okay, we will now move into today's board public testimony for general matters. Knowing the importance of your attendance at our monthly board meetings, my fellow commissioners and I look forward to listening to your concerns and to consider your input. Depending on the questions you ask, we may refer your questions directly to CEO Herlock, who may be able to provide us with an immediate response, or we may direct you to staff so your concern is promptly addressed. Be assured, however, that your concerns will be addressed before the next scheduled meeting. To ensure that all registered speakers get an opportunity to address the board, we will enforce the 2-minute time limit. Additionally, speakers must appear individually and are not allowed to cede their time to other people. When called upon, please come to the podium, state your name and address, and if appropriate, identify the group and organization you're representing and state your concern. All comments must be addressed to me and not to individual members of the board or staff. Disruptive behavior that impedes conducting board business is prohibited. Disruptive behavior includes, but is not limited to, personal attacks, abusive, threatening, or intemperate language, and a refusal to abide by the time limitations set forth in the public participation rules. Disruptive behavior that impedes conducting board business is prohibited. I repeat again. If the board's unable to conduct business due to serious and/or continued disruption from the public, I will recess or adjourn the meeting to allow removal of individuals for egregious breach of order. Disruptive behavior not only affects conducting board business, it also prevents other registered speakers from safely communicating or getting their concerns addressed. Today, we have a total of 18 registered speakers who will comment on general CHA matters. A lot. Let's get started. I'm going to call off the first couple of names so you'll know who's up next. We start with Michelle Joyner, then Otis Thomas, then Jennifer Ariola. Is Michelle here? Michelle? Nope. Is Mr. Thomas here? Please join us. And Ms. Ariola, if you want to come up also, that'd be great. Good morning, Mr. Thomas.
Morning. Can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I'm here to talk about related Otis Thomas, 2946 Claiborne, Lathrop Homes. I'm here to talk about related about the same issues with the residents and starting to get these late fines for like money that they say that we owe from like a year ago. And the thing is, every year they do an audit. Even in 2023, they do an audit on your lease. And all of a sudden, in 2024, they telling us that we owe maybe thousands of dollars for 2022 to 2023. Now, with my situation is that it seemed like when I asked for my rent credit back, all of a sudden they did an audit on me showing that they do owe me $400 some. Then they did another one saying that I owe $600 some. I had an issue when I was working that I was told by one of their employees that I didn't have to pay the money. I didn't have to pay rent because I think I only worked probably 40 days, probably like that, at Allgale Garden. So I wound up getting a what was that? A lease extermination. So after that, when they gave me that, you would think that when they do that, they do all the background to see if you owe anything, like money, but they never did that. So me and Miss Palmer and everybody else, we took care of that situation. And now they're saying that I owe $600 some. My thing is, all these edits that they did on me, and they haven't came up with this money. I got all my paperwork right here too.
20 seconds remaining.
Another thing is that we have outside organizations like John McDermott, Lathrop Leadership Group or Team. He knew about Miss Scott leaving before you all even announced it. How did he find out about this? He's also trying to speak for the residents. He don't speak for
Time is
for
up.
all us.
Thank you, Mr. Thomas. Yes, Ms.
Thank you, Mr. Thomas. I'm going to ask you if you could please speak with Crystal Palmer. I believe I saw her there. Could you speak with her before you leave today about both of those issues?
Okay, then.
Okay, thank you.
And thank you, Mr. Thomas. I neglected to read a couple of lines here. Responses to comments presented during public participation will be posted on our website. If you have any written materials for the board, please give the materials to the board secretary. And after the board meeting, the board secretary will distribute a copy of whatever you've given out to us. All right. Next up is Ms. Ariola here. No. Next three speakers are Mr. Dan Lopez, Ms. Jenny Newsom, and Ms. Betty Thompson. Mr. Lopez? No, Mr. Lopez. Ms. Newsom, are you here?
No, I don't
Oh.
see Miss Newsom either.
Where's everybody? Ms. Thompson? Yeah, come on up, Betty. Good morning. Thank you for coming.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. Good morning, ladies, gentlemen, board of directors, and residents and staff. My name is Betty A. Welch Thompson. I live at Lake Park Place Apartments. The 3939 building at Lake Park Place has two buildings under the CHA's property log, 3983 and 3939. Whew. The pandemic closed the city down in 2020. Since the city has closed down, and whew, the 3939 building in Lake Park Place has been using only one elevator. This elevator handles wheelchairs, shopping carts, groceries, move-ins, move-outs, contractors, delivery, and pets. The one elevator that is up and operating may be down, emergency services is called, and is back up again. This one elevator that has been down since, I say 5 years or more, and I'm here to ask this one question. When will this family, senior, handicap accessible properly have two working elevators and the amenities offered as a 24-hour laundry facility? This facility has been down, and it is now not up and operating in the 3939 building. However, one is up and operating in 3983.
20 seconds.
These two buildings are not separate. These two buildings have two souls, one soul. These two buildings should work together. And when you separate these two buildings by having one laundry facility up and operating
Time is up.
and the other one not, I watch you divide the residents.
Thank you.
It's unfair.
Thank you. I would really like an answer because we had an elevator modernization and replacement program going on for several years, how we only have one operating elevator in that building.
And they come to the mic talking about this. Not the first time they talking about
Yeah.
this one elevator working.
Okay.
I was going to ask Ms. Thompson to speak with Ellen Sargent, who I see in the back, about the progress of the updates in the current updates. But I would like to ask our COO to speak about specifically that elevator in that building, if he's able to.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
So the elevator modernization program at Lake Park Place is still undergoing. Ellen will give a true update on exactly where we are on that program. Sorry, can you hear me?
Yes.
So Ellen will give an update exactly where we are. Ellen, can you come to the mic, please? However, I will say on the laundry, I have authorized, I know we're going through family laundry room upgrades. So the new vendor is in place. We have one of those laundry rooms is under repair, so they're putting the equipment in. That they have scheduled. She also have a schedule for that as well. But I have authorized them to ensure that the laundry facility is open 24 hours
Within that building or the sister building?
in the building, in both buildings.
In both buildings.
Once they reopen, they're gonna have a grand opening, and once they have the grand opening,
When
they
will the grand opening be, Ellen?
By December 5th.
December 5th. Okay.
Will it have everything in it that
Ms.
it promised?
Thompson, please come back to the next board meeting and tell us if the laundry is nice. Thank you.
And it have everything in it that was promised. The signs and everything, big poster boards to the little pieces of paper.
Okay.
I
And
think
elevator?
that was a question. That was a question that Commissioner Washington had for you, Ellen.
So we have posters up. We're using the same posters that we put in the senior buildings.
No.
So that there's a large poster that shows you how to actually work the laundry machine.
Half of the senior buildings, we visited 50-something, half of them have a piece of paper up, and you can't hardly see the small print. Maybe about 5 of them have big poster boards. Then they only have one language, so nothing is as it said it would be in none of the buildings. All of them had deficiencies in it when it came to laundry service. Instead of putting pipe in or put a clamp on the pipes, they put some silver tape around it. When the pipes get hot enough, that's gonna come off.
Okay.
Some of them you don't even know where the dryer, where the lint is going because it's going up in the building, not out the building, just a hole in the wall. Floors is full of vent. When you're gonna do something, you got contracts paying all this money. Someone need to go behind them and check to make sure it's done right.
Thank you.
Most of them was done wrong.
Thank you, Commissioner Harris. Could we have a report on the elevator?
Washington.
Yes.
I'm in timeout, y'all. That's why I'm sitting right here. I'm just in timeout. I don't usually sit here.
Commissioner Washington, thank you. What about the elevator?
So both elevators in both buildings at Lake Park Place have gone through modernization and got the City of Chicago's final inspection, which means they went through their paces and then they did all their tests with the smokes and the generators. What's happening right now is that there's a, they call it a door package or like a door roller, and they're replacing that in the elevator at the 3939 building.
When will that be?
I checked in with our elevator project manager just yesterday, and he is on the contractor to finish it this week.
Okay.
So I will be out next week. Ms. Thompson, I will meet with you next week, and we'll look at those elevators.
And we look forward to a wonderful report in time for Christmas.
When
Thank
the
you.
elevator was repaired and passed inspections, the next day it wasn't working. Remember, you kept getting emails about the elevators not working. People stuck downstairs. So it never worked. They
So
just
the
wrote it
work
up and
that's
down.
being done on the actual door closers is going to decrease the frequency that those door closers would cause the elevator to go down. So
Thank-
we're working towards everything we can to keep the elevators up and going.
Thank you. All right, up next, we have Ms. Mary Baggett. We have Ms. Rosemary Jackson. Is Ms. Baggett here? Rosemary? Come on. Thank you. Followed by Mr. Jerry Galvin Guzman.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. My name is
Morning.
Rosemary Jackson, and I live in Judge Slater Building in 4218 South Cottage Grove. I have been a member of Chicago Housing Authority since I was 13 years old, and now I am 65, and I am a senior resident. I have lived in, I'm sorry. I have lived in Judge Slater since 2016, and I am here today to inform you all of my current living conditions. And in prayer, I pray that I can finally be heard in an effort to remedy the loss, all the loss that I have, and finally that I have had, and finally be heard in an effort to remedy everything that I have suffered, as well as bring to light the conditions of my building. I have had numerous huge floods in my apartment since 2016. We have had 2 changes of management. I have spoken to them all, and the only thing they tell me, and I have had lots of floods. I have pictures and everything, and the only thing they could tell me is that if I don't have receipts, I can't be reimbursed. All of them told me that. I have suffered a lot of loss in my second floor building. Over the past few years, 2 of the floods occurred when I was not home, and they had to use the pass key. But you don't have to believe me. You can ask all my neighbors. It's flooded all the way out into the hallways. They always come up and they
20 seconds
flood. I
remaining.
mean, they ride, but it's something. It has to be something else because they always ride and I never get change. All the damages that I had. For myself, I've had problems. I have a big problem with rodents. I have been to my doctor on numerous occasions with rodent bites.
Time's up.
And oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay. A question, may I ask you a question?
Sure.
Is it flooding from the ceiling? Is it flooding in
No,
the bathroom?
it's
It's the floor.
raising-
It's coming up?
It's raising up out of the sinks. And it starts with a lot of soap suds. And I have told them that it has to be something with the laundry room. But he assured me that it wasn't the laundry room. He said the laundry room and my stuff is on two different
Two
sides.
different risers?
Yes, I have lost so much, and I think I have a right to live clean. I have been bitten by the mice. I have came and talked to Miss Washington and showed her the mice bites, and I went to my doctor. He told me he wasn't really concerned with the mice bites because it's not the mice that causes disease, it's rats. And so I told him there was no rats, but there's plenty of mice. And every day I have to keep on bleaching everything. They in the stove, on the stove, they're everywhere.
All right, thank you, Ms.
And I have a
Jackson.
clean apartment.
Yes.
First of all, we definitely apologize about the circumstances that are happening with you. I'm going to ask you to speak. I believe Deputy Chief Leonard Langston is here somewhere. He's waving his hand right there. Could you please speak with him right now?
Sure.
Thank you so much.
Thank you all for hearing me.
Thank you.
Look that up.
Sorry.
Thank you.
We had a question from David Huber about, it was also laundry related. Is he in here by chance? It had to do with refilling the cards. Ellen, is there an explanation for that you could share with the residents who are here?
Yes, sir. Good morning again, Commissioners. Ellen
morning.
Sargent, Deputy Chief for Building Operations. The laundry facilities in our senior buildings are operated by a card.
Yeah.
And that card gets preloaded for 12 wash cycles every month. For additional wash cycles, there is a kiosk installed in the lobby of the building that can have added funds on that card if a resident in one of our senior buildings chooses to do more than those 12 wash cycles.
Can we add more information in the laundry room about that so people know it?
Certainly. And we'll
Thank
make sure all the property managers are aware where the kiosk is as well.
Thank you, thank you. I understand Mary Baggett, Ms. Baggett, you walked back in? I called on you before, if you'd like to talk, please. Morning.
Good morning. How y'all doing?
Good.
I come to this board today. I've been very patient and, outgoing and spoken to you all in regards to Loomis Court. You all consistently keep trying to force these people into places they don't want to go, that's already still condemned, already messed up. They would like to go into something that's better living. You're building on Roosevelt, you build the library on Taylor Street. Give them the opportunity to go there. I mean, Abler's getting redone. They would like to go there too as well. So with that part, I'm done. I also want to speak to the board in regards to housing that y'all selling to these people out here and not giving your residents the opportunity to buy. You're selling land without consulting with a board of 14 presidents. When y'all do decide to come to us, y'all come to us with the decision already made. I think it's unfair to us for you all to make decisions and then come and ask for our approval. The land you're selling for $15,000, how do you know some of your residents don't have it and can't afford it that are Section 3 business owners and doing business with CHA? Give them the opportunity to purchase things that y'all are selling. And is it Pilsen? And where is that at, Francine? Pullman area. Give us that opportunity to purchase. Stop giving it to everybody that's not giving us the opportunity to get what they're getting. Y'all already giving it to people that's making money, that's rich already. Give us that opportunity. And also, y'all building stuff that's electric. Come on now. And not only that, even in Abler, y'all haven't even given us our POs to get our project going. People sitting with open walls in Abler, and they should be closed up and getting ready to move people in. Let's do right by these projects that y'all pushing out here.
Ms. Baggett,
Thank you.
You made a comment about electric. What was your comments?
Y'all doing these electric houses,
Yeah,
and y'all
that's the
spending
city
all this
is-
money into them. And the money that you spending into something that's electric, you can put into where your residents are already living deplorable and fix them up.
Thank you.
Ms. Baggett, I did want to just add, if you could meet with Dan Cruz, but one thing we're asking you, just your comment about Loomis Courts, we're going to ask you to, if we could get you to assist us with getting a group of Loomis Courts residents together so we can talk
I've done
about
that
other-
already, and we're definitely ready to come to the table because we feel it's wrong on how they're being mistreated.
Has that, well, I was asking to bring them to the table to talk. Has that conversation happened? I don't believe it's
Well,
happened.
no, we
yet.
haven't had that conversation, but I do
Right.
got the residents that would
Okay.
like to come forth and be at a
Wonderful.
table with you all.
Wonderful. So we're going to ask for you to bring those residents, speak with Dan Cruz so we can have that table, set that table, and have those discussions.
Yes.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you. All right, next up, we have Mr. Jerry Galvin Guzman, Mr. Robert Davidson, and Ms. Tamika Holt. Is Mr. Guzman here? Okay. Mr. Davidson, are you here? Ms. Holt, are you here? I didn't see you yet. Oh, Ms. Holt. Ah. Good morning, Ms. Holt.
Thank you, Ms. Holt.
I think
Thank
we're all
you, Ms.
feeling
Holt.
kind of right about that, too.
I think it's unfair for what you just did. Just gave Ms. Baggett the choice of bringing residents that's to speak for themselves at Loomis Court. I've been talking and alarming you all about Loomis Courts for 7-8 years. My daughter stays in Loomis Court. I just sent a pretty much, I gave you synopsis of what I was going to speak on here, and Loomis Courts was one of them. They're steering. That's called steering. I don't care how you put it. Giving people to sign paperwork about their transfer before they even know their options. Maybe don't nobody want to go in one of your dilapidated properties or properties where they keep seeing the same people. Maybe they want to go elsewhere. Maybe they want to actually break free. Think about that. And to tell people what they can and can't do, I got proof what she's doing because I was listening to her while my daughter was talking to her. And although you bring the presentation nice, don't mean you're not screwing people. Just as simple as that. I want to talk to you all about the predatory contracting that's going on with your contractors on these mixed income properties. I know you have developers in place, but that still do not give you the leeway to say we don't know nothing about it, we don't have nothing to do with it. I'm going to send an example of the contract over to the IGs, and I'm going to send it over to you as the board. And if we need to have a meeting about breaking down what happened, I don't care if the young man don't want to come forward. The fact of the matter is this discourages our young and upcoming contractors that want to change their lives from where they came from where they are now, for better for their children, because they see a future now. But that's discouraging, and it puts them back in a mindset of survival from where they've been living
20
at for
seconds
all of
remaining.
these many years. What is going to be your check and balance system with your senior staff? You got a problem with senior staff. I don't care how many CEOs, good or bad, that you get coming through here. And once you realize that, CHA will be better. Section 8 residents has no representation. Don't get mad when they find me. But the fact of the matter is you've been violating our rights when I was a Section 8 resident, having everybody else speak for us and make decisions for us, and we still living in the same conditions in the private market.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Baggett.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Holt. Ms. Holt,
I'm so sorry.
I do want to say something to Ms. Holt, because
Tamika.
she has been a consistent voice that we've heard here. And I do want to reiterate what I said earlier about we are listening and we are going to be working on accountability.
All right. Up next, we have Mr. Tyrone Powell, Ms. Bernadette Williams, and Mr. Ernie Norman. Mr. Powell, you're first. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Tyrone Powell. I'm the president of Powell Group Corporation.
Mr. Powell, maybe move the mic a little closer.
Good
to you.
morning. My name is Tyrone Powell. I'm the president of Powell Group Corporation. This is my wife, Marcita, the smarter one of us.
The boss.
Yes. So we came to introduce ourselves to the board. It's the holiday season. We would like to thank you guys for the opportunities that we were given in 2023 with the Make Ready project. And because of that, we've been able to basically expand our business to doors, frames, and hardware. We're the only minority supplier in the city that has doors, frames, and hardware. So we're looking forward to the opportunity to speak with whomever, with CHA, about Section 3 opportunities for doors, frames, and hardware to supply. We've been, like I said, we've been doing well with the Make Readies, and now we want to do something a little bit different that's a little bit more, something that nobody else is doing.
Thank you. Do you have commercial steel doors for shopping centers?
Yes, we do. We have we have wood doors. We have hollow metal doors.
Anodized steel? Anodized steel?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I'm-
We have
I'm-
we
I'm
have the
curious.
hardware. We have the hinges.
Thank
We have mortises. We have it all.
Good.
And one of our differentiators is the fact that we were able to establish a relationship with manufacturers of these doors, and we're able to procure them in a shorter time frame than your big box stores like Lowe's and Home Depot, for example. And that's actually how we came to actually switch lanes, because we were as
20
we were
seconds
doing
remaining.
the CHA Make Readies, we had to
Mhm.
install some doors.
Mhm.
It was taking like 11 weeks to get doors. So we went directly to the manufacturer, established a relationship with them. And now we hope that we are going to be able to, like, maybe one day get in the MRO, have our doors in your MRO. So we would definitely like to talk with y'all about that.
Thank you very much. Good to hear.
Oh,
Welcome.
sorry.
Any questions?
We're gonna follow up.
CEO, yes.
I was going to say not so much a question, but maybe after the meeting, could you also have a conversation with our Deputy Chief of Procurement, Sheila Johnson, who might have some other advice for you about how to get deeper into the realm?
Okay,
All right.
thank you.
very much.
Thank you. Ms. Williams, good morning.
Good morning, everyone. Bernadette Williams, president at Altgale Murray Homes. When we talk about, I wanted to say, and I hope things can get better before Jesus come back. You know what? And, that's the only way things is gonna work out. He come, we gonna be one's gonna go to heaven, gonna go to hell. When we talk about make readies, occupied units, when you got to go and find a door handle for an occupied unit that don't match, it's an issue. It's an issue. Make readies versus occupied units is not being done. We don't have the materials. Okay, I'm here. I was really here today to support My Family Works, but it's a whole lot of stuff I can say. I don't really come. But today I want to talk about Ellen. She talked about the laundry cards. We had a laundromat just open up. Seniors at this laundromat, they had the old cards. She telling me to tell them that they have to walk another whole a block or 2 blocks to another laundromat to use them cards. That's not right. Refund them their money or get them another laundry card.
Put some credit on it.
Third, I talked to Mary Friday, but we have, when y'all, what was that last one? Y'all passed the housekeeping, all that money for housekeeping. It need to be mandatory that the residents go. The ones who participate in housekeeping, we have housekeeping, but it's not the
20 seconds
ones who need to be there. So it's a waste of money. It's not mandatory. The ACOP need to be changed. It's a lot of things that ACOP, y'all did to move it to work, make it mandatory for these residents so our developments can be better. And second, I like to talk to somebody about the vending machine. My time is ran out.
Thank you, Ms. Williams.
Need to be the ACOP
Thank
should
you,
need
Ms.
to be
Williams.
enforced. We need to start enforcing it.
All right. Is there a way that you can enforce residents to go to a? How?
On him.
If you've got a hoarder in a building, you can't force them to clean up the unit. Oh, okay. All right. Is Mr. Norman here? Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
How are you
My
today?
name is Ernie Norman. I'm a resident of Edith Spurlock Sampson Apartments and the resident council treasurer. What I am looking for is clarification from CHA and or CAC on the process and logic behind the allocation of resident participation funds as mandated by HUD. HUD provides $25 per occupied unit annually, but the resident councils end up with only $3. HUD specifies that $10 of that 25 goes to the Public Housing Authority, in our case CHA, for administrative expenses, and the remaining 15 goes to the resident council, in our case CAC, which then presumably passes this down through the LACs to the buildings. In any case, the amount of money that is received by the resident council should be much more than $3, probably upwards of $15. With a FOIA request, I was able to get a copy of the budget of the CHA for 2023. There may be a 2024 out now, which did in fact show $44,000. By the way, I'm talking about senior residences here. Okay, so how this works in the family buildings, I'm not quite so sure, but $44,000, which works out to around $3 per resident, and that's $44,000 of a $485,000 total budget.
20 seconds remaining.
I'd like to get some more detailed breakdowns on this and maybe talk to some people. People have been helpful to me so far, particularly Mr. Folkma in the building here. Robert Scott at LAC North has been somewhat helpful, and some of the clerical people, but they have not given me all the information that explains
up.
the logic that's involved. So I'd like to get some information on that.
Thank you,
Thank
Mr.
you for
Norman.
hearing.
And Mr. Norman, in the absence of Mary Howard, I believe Lucas is here. If you could speak with him, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, the next three registered speakers are Ms. Carla Jackson, who will participate remotely, Ms. Irene Harris, and Robier Smith. Is Ms. Jackson available? Okay. While Lee is working on that, how about we try for Ms. Harris? Are you here? Irene Harris. Good morning.
Greetings, everyone.
Good morning.
Morning.
I'm gonna jump right on in. I got quite a bit of material to cover. So, my first question pertains to the Chicago Housing Authority's comprehensive budget totaling $1.3 billion for 2025. Does this balanced budget include the funding for the general contractor pre-qualified pool and PPM services? Please advise, as we all would like to know what the future holds for both programs and how those funds will be allocated. With reference to this imaginary rotation and the spreadsheet, how and why is it that vendors do not know where they are in the rotation? Are all vendors in the same rotation, or is there a separate rotation for each tier? How is it that specific vendors have more than one walkthrough or assignment in this alleged rotation and they're not specialty GC? Now, regarding project identifying in the general contractor pre-qualified pool, from the task order assignment to the joint scope meeting to the pre-construction meeting on to starting and finishing, why is this entire process unnecessarily stretched out for at least a year? Being that task orders are given per CHA's discretion, I'll ask for the third time. Why are Tier 1 vendors being assigned only one task order per contractual year? Precisely referring to my assignment, my project was on hold for approximately 3 months waiting for the equipment and machines to be removed, while other vendors were allowed to remove their own equipment without being asked to sign a liability waiver. What I really would like to know is, why are certain construction managers so comfortable with inaptly and unethically handling your project? For instance, my construction manager, he tried to sabotage my project by having someone else come in and incorrectly perform work on my assigned project where my assurance and accountability lies, as opposed to
20 seconds
creating
remaining.
a supplemental. I know this is not proper protocol. My name and my business exude hard work, excellence, and integrity, to say the least. I am proud to be a resident-owned business that overcame the stigma that's being placed on living in and being from Argyle. Where I'm from and what I drive should not be the basis of my evaluation. However, vendors should have an evaluation sheet for construction managers as well. There's only a handful of people in this room and on this rostrum that truly know me and my story. Nevertheless, I'm being ridiculed and defamed and discredited. At this point, everyone needs to be investigated and/or drug tested. I want to say this lastly. This meeting is every 2 months, and 2 minutes is not an adequate amount of time to address the many concerns that people may have, as you should be provided a response back on the same public platform, especially when the people who hold these answers are already in the room. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Harris.
Thank you, Ms. Harris.
CEO, do you have a?
No, I believe, Ms. Harris, have you spoken with Deputy Chief Langston before? I know you've come before us before.
Can y'all hear me?
Okay.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Okay. I'll call you personally.
Ms. Jackson, is that you?
Okay, thank you.
Could I say something, please, before Ms. Jackson come on?
Yes, ma'am.
Because you said you'll call her personally, Madam CEO, but the issue she having is the issue of so many other vendors. So it's not just her personally. This is happening across the board with the program. So we got to figure out a way to better deal with it than, like she said, had a one-offs, and it still ain't solving the problem. We could just give them, if we could just get them more information about where we at with these programs, if the program still exists, and where we at with the rotation. Like I say, that could be in a public forum so everybody that's watching can hear it, not just one person in one room. I'm just saying, I'm sorry
Absolutely.
about that. So I'm just saying that to the CEO, if we could do one better than just meeting with her one-on-one.
Absolutely.
Thank you. All right, is Ms. Jackson on the line?
She was, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Jackson?
Hello?
All right. Mr. Smith? Ms. Robier? Is that Mr. or Ms.? I'm sorry.
No worries.
Good morning.
Good morning. Hi, everyone. I am Robbie Smith. I am the founder and the CEO of RB Pest Solutions. So I am the partial pest control provider for CHA, along with the subcontractor.
Sounds like we have work for you.
Absolutely. And I'm here, and that's the purpose of my visit. I feel I stood here a year ago, really adamant and really dedicated to providing pest control solutions to the residents. And I want to first thank you for the opportunity. It has also allowed me to provide jobs within CHA, Section 8 workers. However, I'm only partial prime and I'm subcontractor, and it hurts my heart to hear pest control concerns here at this meeting. And so that's why I'm here to reassure you that as being a board, as excited as pest control providers are, I think it's important to get in the room and personally hear from the residents about what's going on. So we're being very adamant and dedicated to hearing their pest problems. And if we are assigned to their buildings, to make sure that we are a voice for them and also that we are addressing their concerns head on. So I am just here to be a resource. I'm here to let you know that I'm dedicated, and I do appreciate the opportunity that has been given to me a year ago.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. Appreciate it.
Have any questions or concerns for me? I'm hearing the concerns, and again, we are partial prime and also subcontractor, and I will take these the information back to the pest control providers, and hopefully we can be part of the solution and not the problem.
Thank you.
You should have a bid going out soon. You need to bid.
I sure will. Thank you.
For the contract.
Okay. All right, Ms. Jackson, are you available?
Yes, can you hear?
Yes, we
Can
hear
you hear me?
I hear you. I do. Morning.
Okay. Because the y'all screen is frozen. It's frozen.
Yeah, we don't see you, but we hear you.
Okay. Can I speak now or what?
Yes, you're up.
Good morning, board.
Good morning.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. I would like to ask a question about since the new policy, not the new policy, but the president in the United States stepped in, have stepped up, will that affect as a whole our Section 8? Would that be cut or anything? Because I was reading somewhere on the website that a lot of things is going to get cut, and I was wondering, was that one of them?
CEO, you are a fortune teller and very knowledgeable. Please tell us what's going to happen.
Good morning, Ms. Jackson, and to the rest of the attendees. We're also looking into that right now. We've had staff that have been attending and working with the government to just try to understand what the effects of the new administration change will be. We don't have all the answers right now, but if you'd like to hear more specifically, we can definitely have Dan Cruz, our chief of staff, reach out to you. But we are trying to figure those things out now. There's a lot of hearsay that's going on right now and a lot of nervousness. We're not sure, but we are looking at the different effects that could happen depending on policy. So we don't have an answer right now, but we are very much looking into it.
Thank you.
So you say who can reach out to me?
We'll have Dan Cruz, our chief of staff, reach out to you.
When would that happen? Because
within the next week. Is that okay? I believe we lost her.
Ms. Jackson?
Did we lose her?
Okay.
Okay.
All right, thank you. And last but not least, we have a registrant, Miss Ebony Mile. Is she here? Good morning.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes. Good morning.
Hi, my name is Ebony Miles. I live at 1200 North Clybourne. This is my first time at a meeting. I just been having a lot of issues with the new building managements there. They're losing and misplacing my paperwork. And I have been reaching out to CHA and to the building management on this issue. And now they're telling me it's like a back payment of like $2,600. And I've been asking them, because I'm visually impaired, to, inform me before they send me an email or have any concerns or comments, because I be on it with the paperwork. They did not do that. So I'm having a big issue with that situation with my housing choice voucher. I'm a Section 8 holder. And the second issues I've been having, I've been really trying to become a homeowner. My credit score was like 786. I didn't saved up to like $5,000, and they've just been denying me or pushing me towards the Chicago Housing Trust Funds. And I want to lock my home into a trust, and I don't want to be a part of a different trust, because I'm trying to generate, I'm trying to do generational wealth and pass down my home to my child. And even with schooling and trying to become my own business owner, I've been struggling with that, and I've been trying to do that since 2001, and it's still like an uphill battle. And I'm visually impaired, but I'm not incompetent, so I could definitely, hold my own. And I get very anxious asking for help, but I have been
seconds
reaching
remaining.
out and doing my due diligence of getting the information that I need. But it seems like CHA is not really helping me or supporting me in it.
Thank you. We do want to help. You live in the building with the Chase on the corner? The Chase Bank is on the corner?
Yeah.
I live around the corner.
Hi.
Hi. Yes, CEO.
Thank you for coming, Ms. Miles. We're going to actually have our chief of HCV, if I'm saying that correctly, Cheryl. Could you speak with her about her issues today? Okay. She's going to raise her hand. She's right next to you, and she can come and talk to you, particularly about the issues that you're having with your rent and your property management agency. Okay, and then then we'll also have, if you don't mind, Lucas in the back after Cheryl finishes talking to you, talk to you about your goals around home ownership and your goals around Section 3, possible businesses and things like that, just to give you some idea.
Okay. Thank you guys so much.
Welcome. I would like to thank our registered speakers for signing up to address the board. Responses for all comments received today will be distributed at the next board meeting and will also be posted on CHA's website. I will now present a motion to recess the regular board meeting maker of the meeting of the board. May I have a second?
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Are there any opposed votes, abstentions, or recusals? Hearing none, the regular board meeting is recessed. We will return to our regular board meeting at the conclusion of committee meetings. Okay, now we got a committee meeting. Up next is the Finance and Audit Committee meeting. Welcome to the November 19th Finance and Audit Committee meeting. In the absence of Committee Chair Brewer, I will be conducting today's proceedings. I will call the meeting to order. The board secretary will call the roll to establish a quorum.
Commissioner Malone,
Here.
Commissioner Matanke,
Here.
Commissioner Washington,
Yeah.
Commissioner Gutierrez, Commissioner Brewer. Mr. Chairman, you have a quorum.
Thank you, Lee. Let the record reflect that Commissioners Cobb, Crucy, Harris, and Parker are also in attendance but not counted for the quorum. As you may recall, we did not have a quorum for the September 12th Finance and Audit Committee. While the items on the Finance and Audit Committee agenda were presented and discussed, no vote was taken. Items were presented to the full board for vote and are included in the minutes for the rescheduled September 12th board meeting. We have a total of 5 items on the Finance and Audit Committee agenda. As a reminder, comments from registered speakers will be entertained after presentation by staff and discussion by commissioners. Mike Moran, Chief Financial Officer, will provide us with a presentation for item number 1, the authorization to approve and submit to HUD CHA's $1.3 billion budget for fiscal year 2025. Morning, Mike. You're up.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning.
So this is a recommendation to approve CHA's $1.3 billion budget for 2025. The 2025 budget includes $693 million for the Housing Choice Voucher Program,
A little louder, Mike.
$254 million to operate public housing properties, $195 million for capital expenditures, $145 million for administration and debt service, and $34 million for resident services. Funding for these expenses is primarily provided by HUD. We did accelerate the budget process this year. Board books went out to commissioners a couple weeks earlier than what had happened in prior years. We had a training session on the budget. There were one-on-one meetings with myself and commissioners to go through the budget, an hour, hour and a half. And then there was briefings along with all the other items. So we changed the process a little bit in an effort to make sure that the board was informed about all the things in the budget. I'm available for any questions.
Thank you, Mike. Commissioners, questions,
Yeah.
comments?
I got one.
Yes, Commissioner Parker.
So, Mike, like you did in the briefings and the presentation, my one-on-one session, a young lady just asked a question today about the solvency of the agency moving forward under new leadership. And I believe you told me that the 2025 year was already approved by the CBO, by the
Right, so
Congressional Budget Office. Is that true
The
that we got
change-
funds?
The change in administration shouldn't have a major
Could you talk in
impact
the
on-
mic so people can hear?
The change in administration shouldn't have a big impact on 2025.
Right.
Going forward, it may, and as the CEO mentioned, that's something we're looking into.
So appropriations, you said CHA is appropriated for 2025, at
Correct.
least? Okay.
Mike, would you give a brief clarification on what percentage of our budget comes from the federal government, HUD, versus other sources?
So majority of our budget, I'd mentioned here that funding for these expenses is primarily provided by HUD.
Approximately,
So-
for 1.3, what do we get from HUD?
It's approximately 90%.
Okay.
So it's very significant.
And then the other sources of financing come from, some from the city, some from other agencies? Do you
Right,
have a
it's going to
breakdown?
be rent from tenants, it's going to be grants, other grant sources. We do have a bond issue where funds are still available. So those are those other funding sources. There's some miscellaneous where we're getting interest income,
Right, the bond issue is being used for capital improvements.
Correct.
principally, Correct.
That's
So
correct.
Okay. So of $1.3 billion budget for our operations, what percentage of that is from HUD?
90%.
A billion.
But if of the 1.3, we're using 10%, which includes capital funds that we have and other sources, it's still 90, or the HUD money for operations for our buildings, for our tenants? I'm just trying to, wouldn't it be higher? You pull
So
that
it-
out of the budget, how much is in here for capital improvements?
So capital improvements is 195 million.
Okay.
And that capital improvement is funded by capital grants, which come from HUD.
Oh, got it.
And
our
bonds.
bond. All right.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioners, other questions?
Yeah, I just want to know, Mike, how many new units are we planning on bringing online for 2025? New housing, new unit count.
So we've got, with occupancy improvement, we're looking at 683 that are coming on. I am not sure in terms of our new construction units. I would have to get back to you on that question.
All right, thank you, Mike.
Commissioner Cruzy? Gonzalez Cruzy?
No questions.
Do I call you by the double-barreled last name? Or
Gonzalez.
Gonzalez Cruzy. Okay, thank you. Anybody else? Commissioner Cobb? All right, hearing none. Let's move on to item number 2.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Authorization to ratify purchase of coverage for employee health insurance benefits. Dominic Manscalo will, I butchered your last name. Hold on. Maniscalco. Or Maniscalco.
Yep.
Okay. Deputy Chief Human Resource Officers will present this matter for committee's consideration. Go ahead, Dominic.
Thank you, commissioners. Good morning. Good morning to the new commissioners as well.
Good morning.
Good morning.
With me is Karen Tan, my Director of Benefits, who will be supporting me with this recommendation, but should there be any questions, you can refer them to either of us. I'm Dominic, Deputy Chief of HR, and today we are recommending that the board approve an allocation of funding for our health insurance benefits for 2025, which is an increase of 6.4% year over year from 2024. In the information provided to the board, you can see that in 2023, the board provided a 5-year lookout and gave us a grace of 5% year over year in terms of total spend on our benefit line items. Those lines of coverage range from medical, dental, vision benefits, short-term disability, long-term disability, et cetera, et cetera. We have a pretty laundry list of benefits. They're quite extensive, and we have a very rich plan for our staff. For 2025, we are asking for 11.8 and some change million. It's 11.822 to be exact. The board approved an allocation of 11.6 for 2025. So that's 1.4% over the board approved threshold that we have been allocated. Now, when you actually look at the information in terms of each line item and what the renewals actually are, our medical renewals saw the highest rate year over year. Even though our total renewal ask is 6.4% over the board approved threshold, our medical shot up 19.7%. And I will tell you that Gallagher has been an instrumental partner with us, really negotiating with Blue Cross Blue Shield and spending a lot of time and energy trying to get that number as low as humanly possible. There are a lot of different factors that we consider when we go into these negotiations. We look at the market rates, we see what other companies and corporations are paying in terms of medical renewals. So I will tell you, we started north of 24 when we started in July. So we got to 19.7%, and that is largely due to our population. We do have staff, about a third of our staff are over the age of 60, and we did see a lot of high claims in 2024, more than we have previously. So we had some claimants well over $150,000 in terms of medical claims, and we saw an increase in heart diagnoses as well as cancer, unfortunately. So that really hit us on the renewal going into Blue Cross Blue Shield when we started engaging in those conversations. And then dental went also up. It went up 24.8%. Now, the good piece about the dental is we saw a significant increase in utilization, which is actually, we consider that a really positive thing. Staff are being proactive, they're taking care of their health, they're taking care of their dental health. So we looked at that as a really positive thing. And we actually saw an increase in orthodontia care as well. So 2024 was the first year that we provided a significant benefit for braces, not only for employees, but also to their dependents as well. One-time fee, so we saw huge utilization in that. And we also saw a huge increase in our healthcare plan. We added a high deductible health plan. Historically, we've only had two. We had a PPO and an HMO forever and ever. In 2024, we added a high deductible plan, which was a lower cost plan to CHA, but also staff significantly benefited from that because they don't pay any premiums out of their pockets for the high deductible plan, and we contribute to their HSA. So a third of our staff actually contributed to or enrolled in that in 2024. So super excited about that. We've received a lot of feedback on that, and it's been really, really positive. Going into cost solutions for 2025, we wanted the board to know that we were looking at plans that are sustainable, not only for the authority, but also for staff. So even though we had a pretty good renewal at a 6.4% increase over last year, we are still looking at plan design changes so that we don't have to encounter any problems in the future. So Karen will just briefly provide a high-level overview of some of those plan design changes, and then one benefit add going into 2025, considering the high deductible plan that we implemented actually saved almost $1 million to CHA moving forward. So we're going to be shifting a little bit of that money back to staff, and we'll tell you a little bit about how we're going to do that.
Hello.
Good morning. Yes.
Good morning.
Should we ask Nicole Johnson to come up also from Gallagher?
Sure, Nicole Johnson is here from Gallagher. If you'd like her to come up, she actually absolutely can. Nicole?
Introduce yourself, and then we'll have more of an explanation from you, please.
Hi, everyone. I'm Nicole Johnson. I'm with the brokerage and consulting firm Gallagher, who's been supporting Dominic and Karen, but I'm here for support. I'll let
So
Karen.
why couldn't you do better is the question.
Hey, it's a tough year.
Okay.
Please.
So Dominic talked about sustainability. Oh, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Dominic talked about sustainability. So we have to look at all of our plans. And we decided to focus primarily on our PPO plan. That is our richest and most expensive, can I say that, in premiums for both staff and actually CHA.
I'm sorry, Karen, we can't hear you.
Can you hear me? Oh,
now
brilliant.
we
That's
can.
so brilliant. All right. Okay. So we had to tweak this program. And when we did it, we actually looked at and worked with Gallagher. We decided that we had to make some changes. Yep, you got it, right? And we have actually, if you looked at it, we had to increase the individual and family annual deduction. We haven't tweaked this plan in years.
What does a staff person pay to be on this plan? Is it depending on the age, or it's a general?
Actually, there's tiers. Do you want to?
Yeah, it's a tiered approach, Commissioner Matanky, and it's based off of your salary. So we have 3 tiers. So we have a tier 1. So if you make $80,000 or more, it's a percentage of the premium. If you're in tier 2, it's if you make between $60,000 and $79,000, it's a lower percentage.
What is the top percentage and the lower percentage and the lowest? roughly?
About 4.5% for the top. So the total cost, for example, for tier 1, if you make $80,000 or more for family PPO, you are paying annually $4,950.
That's not much more than my monthly.
Yeah, correct. And it's a very rich plan. So this is the first time we're increasing our annual deductibles because they've been very rich for a family at CHA. It was $600 previously. It was $600,
They're
and it is
expensive.
now going to $1,200. So we're doubling it for the first time in a very long time.
Yes.
Could
Okay.
I-
Hopefully Nicole will do better next year. Yes, Commissioner Parker.
So Dominic, you talked about 80,000 and up, but we got a lot of union staff that's way below the 80 threshold. So how do that affect them with more out-of-pocket costs?
Yeah, great question, Commissioner Parker. So we intentionally rose the tier 1 only. We did not touch any other tier, the tier 2 or tier 3. So this did not impact any union staff at all. So what union staff were paying in 2024, they're paying in 2025.
Also, no increase to their.
Correct. There's no increase to union employees.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Commissioners, any other questions?
I got one for Karen. Let's trade accents. I like your accent.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah. Are we good on this?
I really want to just highlight. So when we implemented the high deductible plan, it's $7,000 cheaper every year for CHA for every employee that enrolls in it. We had over 140 employees enroll in it.
How much less expensive is it for the employees?
It's free.
Assuming they don't
It's
get-
free to enroll. So if you went from family PPO, you were paying about $5,000 annually. You are now, if you switch to the high deductible plan, it's $0.
And what is the deductible?
The deductible is, Nicole, do you?
As long as you're healthy.
It's okay. It's 5,000.
It's currently 2,500 for individual, 5,000 for family.
Right.
Okay, so that would still be
The
about,
same 5,000.
that's the same 5,000 you
It's
pay
not.
if you were in the other?
It's not. So CHA contributes $2,500 on your behalf to a high deductible plan. So for a family, you're only paying $2,500 for that high deductible plan, not
Individual is paying nothing.
No.
Contributing.
Correct. So, and we give that annually. And the high deductible plan is automatically enrolled in the HSA, the health savings account. You get that forever and ever. It's your personal savings account that it can roll over annually. So every year we're going to be giving that to you. So it's been a huge benefit for staff. Even though you have a family, if you're on the family plan, once a member of that family hits $3,300, you're done for the rest of the year. Everything's covered at 100%. You don't have to pay one more penny.
I thought it was a $5,000.
For a family as a total, it's $5,000. But let's just say, knock on wood, someone has a child, they swallow a quarter, have to go to emergency room to get surgery. That one family member only has to pay a max of $3,300.
The family still has the balance.
Correct.
Okay.
Then everyone else has $1,700 to spend while the one family member hit the $3,300.
So
Can
you
I
talked about
just-
us aging out. Getting older. So what percentage of our employees is family opposed to single?
I have that information in the supplemental. So for the PPO specifically, for 2024, we had about 50%, half of staff were still in the PPO plan. And then we had a third in the high deductible, and we saw a dip in the HMO. So
But I asked about how many is families opposed to being single. Is that what, did you telling me that?
I'm sorry,
Like,
Commissioner.
what percentage of our staff is receiving health care for a full family opposed to just a single coverage? Did you just get it? Was that what you just read?
Sure. So we have 25% of staff have family PPO, 9% of staff have HMO family, and then 14% of staff have high deductible family.
Thank you.
And so that math ain't math, and that ain't going up to 100. You about
No, that's just
50%.
family. So then the rest are single.
Oh, okay, I get it. So what percentage single? Because I can't.
About half.
50%.
I'll have to do the math. On page 2 of the supplemental information at the bottom, there's an employee plan utilization table, and you can see we broke it out by single and family coverage from 2023 to 2024.
I need a bigger spreadsheet, but okay, I'll get my.
It's okay.
I'll get my magnifying glass. Thank you.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Commissioner,
sir.
one last point that I really wanted to just highlight was with the high deductible saving cost for CHA and staff, going into 2025, we did have a recommendation to shift some of that money to increase the 457 employer match from 2% to 3% for all staff. That includes union employees as well. So I just wanted to make sure I highlighted that for the board, that we did want to shift some of that monies
And
back to the
it's
employees.
48% of families that are utilizing. Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay. The next up, we have 3 items for committee consideration will be presented by Anna Chun, Chief Information Officer. We will start with item number 3, the authorization to award contract for financial management system subscription and implementation services. And we also have a staff member from Yardi with us, Jeff Biscoff, and Bill Iliopoulos. How'd I do? You did correct that. My name is Jeff. Okay. All right. Please.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm here also with Diana, like her to introduce herself.
Good morning. My name is Diana Bolas Merchant. I'm ITS Operations Manager.
Good morning.
You guys introduce yourself first.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Jeff Bischoff. I've been with Yardi for about 13 years.
Bill Iliopoulos, been with Yardi roughly 27, 28 years.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning.
What are we doing?
Item number 3 is a recommendation to contract with Yardi System Inc. for software subscriptions, support, and implementation services to replace the CHA current financial management system. This contract is in amount not to exceed $4,398,008 and consists of a 5-year base term. In 2006, CHA implemented the InfoLawson ERP system to integrate finance, HR payroll, and procurement into a unified platform. While the system has supported CHA's operations, it's now nearing decommissioning. Based on a comprehensive ERP system assessment conducted by Gartner in 2021, CHA has adopted to a best-of-breed strategy, which means we would like to select the most suitable software solutions for individual functional areas. As a part of this transition, CHA replaced InfoLawson HR payroll module with the Oracle HRS system in 2023. CHA has been using Yardi since 2005 to manage our public housing and HCV programs. Yardi handles key tasks like HEP payments, rent collections, inspections, work orders, recertifications, and new admissions. Yardi is a widely used solution in both private property management companies and public housing authorities, offering seamless integration of financial and property management functions to enhance operational efficiency. It is designed to accommodate the technical and regulatory updates required by the HUD latest systems. Yardi not only addresses CHA operational needs, but also delivers financial efficiencies, including lower costs and reduced financial risk. We're open for questions.
Commissioners, any questions about Yardi and what's being proposed? Go ahead, Ms. Parker. Commissioner Parker.
I just want to know what's the give back? Any trainings, opportunities, Section 3 opportunities? I know it's not required. I don't think it's required. I'm just want to know what opportunities they're giving back to the residents for such a long partnership with the CHA.
Yes, I can speak to that, no problem. So we've worked very closely with the CHA team. They've done an excellent job trying to create kind of a path here to involve residents on the project. And Yardi agreed to contribute 10% of the overall contract value to your Section 3 fund, much more than we have in prior years.
So that's $500,000 back in?
Approximately $440,000 back in, yes. And half of that we will contribute upfront, with the remaining 5% each year.
Is there a path forward for our residents to be trained and supported while they perhaps go into a computer-related field?
I'm sorry.
While they perhaps decide to study and learn how to work at Yardi instead of just something else.
So I think the CHA team is leading that effort in terms of incorporating them into the project. Perhaps Anna, you can speak to that.
So we are going to hire two positions from the resident to support this project for 2 years. So that's for project coordination positions. We try to let the resident to have real hands-on working experience.
Will they be working for Yardi or will they be working for CHA?
They will be working for CHA under ITS.
Is there a way that we could change that for the future contract or for another year, perhaps, so that Yardi actually hires our residents on a part-time basis or a contract?
We would certainly be open to that. I think one challenge that we've run into in the past is we don't have a physical office here, but that is discussion we're willing to explore in the future. Absolutely.
I think that would look much better on our residents' resumes than working for the CHA on contract.
Where's your office located?
In California.
We have
California.
Yeah, our
Yeah.
headquarters in California, but we have major offices around the U.S. as well, in Atlanta, Dallas. And
We have students in those places in colleges. You could sponsor their tuitions.
yes,
for 4 years.
Yardi does provide scholarships to
But you can sponsor them in the
colleges.
state where you at, or give them a job in the states where you at. We have students all over.
Yeah, we also have an internship program. So if they're working in areas, we have 4 office locations that provide internships. 2 in California, Atlanta, Dallas as well.
But you say if you give them a 2-year scholarship or 2-year jobs or training, why not the duration of the contract? You got a 4-year contract.
I think
why
this
not
had
the
to do with implementation, and what I'm looking for is a way that they
duration.
could work for Yardi and perhaps continue on after this
regular
project is
employee.
implemented.
Yeah, I think we'd be willing to discuss that and always consider any potential applicants that are qualified.
Terrific.
So you saying that, I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. You said that the 2 positions, they'll be sponsored by Yardi though, right?
Correct.
Yes.
And so,
Because the implementation we estimate is from 19 to 24, 18 to 24 months. So we're going to use, hire 2 positions to work for under ITS with the money from Yardi for 2 years.
but would they be working on a Yardi system or they were just working in our ITs?
To implement this system.
Oh, you say implementation. Okay, I'm sorry,
Yes.
I'm not getting it.
Which is why I was trying to differentiate between working for us versus working for Yardi for those 2 years.
But
If-
but
if
Yardi,
that-
I mean, I guess they is generous with 10% is grateful. We grateful for that. Don't get me wrong, but we just want to make sure that whatever services CHA provide, we just wanted our residents to have an opportunity to be a part of those services. You know what I mean? So that's why we say Section 3 to you. But thanks for the give back, and maybe next time we can work out something for our intern, like Ms. Washington said, somewhere across the country. Our students is everywhere, and they're willing to travel for positions like that. Thank
Some of them
you.
in college.
Thank you.
They're good in technology.
One general question I've gotten is, do you roughly know how many scholarships a year Yardi does provide?
I can speak to this year. We provided 63 scholarships to 20 universities. 4 of those were HBCUs. So 63 scholarships in this last year.
Very generous. Thank you.
But that ain't to CHA. That's across the
No,
country.
no, no. That's just to the universities.
How many scholarships you giving us then? I'm just after 63. What? How many is that? Sheila, do
CHA.
anybody know how many is CHA resident scholarships? Or how much we can get out of that 400,000?
If I may, thank you, commissioners. And so we decided that we wanted to give direct opportunities to the residents. That's why we felt it was better to hire them ourselves than through Yardi. But understanding what the board wants, we will ensure that we work with Yardi to talk about internships. And so we'll get them on that pathway as we have with all of the other recommendations we've brought to you this year that have talked about internships on that path to take flight. That'll happen in January. We're actually sending out letters to them to talk about what will be the requirements for the interns so that we can start reaching out to those qualified students so that when we have the intake session and the summary in January, they'll come with recruitment teams that can already know who their potential interns could be. So we will work to do that.
But we're going to have 2 people. What my challenge and what I'm missing is we're hiring 2 people on our staff, which could be on Yardi's staff that we would supervise here under Yardi's direction. Why do we have to rely only on an internship for the future? Let's see if we have people who might be good enough to do this, and also still at that point get some direction from Yardi, even if they're physically here.
And that was the plan, that while they were working on implementation, we would hire them, but the direct training would come from Yardi because of the implementation.
So do something to let them put Yardi on their resume instead
Correct.
of CHA.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
CHA ain't bad for a resume.
Oh, come on.
That's true.
Thank you very much. Any other questions, commissioners? Okay.
Thank you,
Hearing
Commissioners.
None, thank you. And next item is number 4, authorization contract for iFile Enterprise Content Management System maintenance and support. We're going to also have Christy Gary, the Vice President of Strategic Accounts here from Knowledge Lake. Good morning, Christy.
Hi. Hi, Christy Gary, Vice President of Strategic Accounts from Knowledge Lake. And you've been our partner, because we like that word too, for 12 years. And I've been working with your account the entire time. And I really thank you all for asking me to come. So I don't think
you.
we've been here before. Well, we know we haven't.
So the item number 4 is a recommendation to enter into a contract with Knowledge Lake to renew the licensing, support, and maintenance services for CHA Enterprise Content Management System, iFile. This contract is for an amount not to exceed $906,950 over a 5-year base term from January 1st, 2025 through December 31st, 2029. In 2012, CHA implemented iFile Knowledge Lake platform, migrating 10 million documents from the legacy FileNet system. This platform allows CHA to efficiently manage both daily documents and official records, ensuring information is securely stored, well organized, and easy to access. Today, the system houses over 20 million files and supports several key departments, including HCV, PAM, Pension Department, and the Board of Commissioners. We are open for questions.
That's a lot of files.
Yeah.
Commissioners, any questions?
No, this is for Section 8, am I correct?
We have both Section 8 and public housing documents in the
For
system.
mostly Section 8,
Most-
and this program is really needed. They need to keep them separate. This comes for this program, for this filing is really needed, and I'm glad we're finally separating, but I hope they talk to each other. It's
So
because sometimes you look for a person over here and they're over there.
So it depends on the permission. So people will have access to the files in the system based off their job description and their roles with CHA. Some people will have access to all the files in the system. Some people only have access to their own functional area. Yeah.
Got it.
And
Thank
we do have integration actually with Yardi Rent Cafe, between Rent Cafe and the iFile system.
So she talked about being here for 12 years. So does that mean that we could reach back on board documents from 12 years ago in the system?
So actually, for the board system and board files, we scan everything generated through the board and our BOC processes, backdated to 1937.
Right, in this particular system?
Yes.
All of that data is there?
Yes. You can search by year and search by
Yeah.
the subject line and the keywords.
Yeah. Oh, so if we said no to this contract, how would we be able to get our data from 1937? We still got it, copy it?
So there's a search function. It's a form. You can just log into the system and put your keywords there, or you can put it the number of the year you try to search.
Is that only through the knowledge search? I'm saying if this contract didn't come before us, will we still be able to
I can answer
access
that.
the data?
I can answer that. The Knowledge Lake system sits on top of SharePoint, or it communicates with it, but you would still in your documents, you have
That's
them
the
in your own
Microsoft.
SharePoint. So if you uninstalled Knowledge Lake, you could still search in
No, we
SharePoint.
weren't gonna do that. I just wanted to know.
Yeah. Well,
I mean, I
that's
don't know.
important to our customers, so we really do try to make sure that it's your data and you own it. We don't want to.
I'd like to
we
see
don't want to hold you
minutes from
hostage.
our first board meeting.
Yeah, Lee.
I really would like to see those.
Sure.
Yeah.
You need to give
Thank
him
you.
access.
Any other questions, Commissioner?
Yeah, could I just add, I mean, I don't know if we could do this, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to add, the board office, is the information readily accessible, like they said?
Does the board have access to documentation?
Yes, it is, Commissioner.
Oh, thank you.
Going back to 1937.
Will we get training on that if we ask for it?
Yes, you would. In fact, you have a secure site that
Oh.
you would be able to access it.
I'm curious.
All right, thank you.
Please. Thank you. I have no other questions. Commissioners, anything else? All right, hearing nothing. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks for the invite.
And the last item on today's agenda is item number 5 that reads as follows: authorization to approve a cooperative purchasing agreement under the U.S. General Service Administration for surveillance system support and maintenance services. Henry Krisick is the Security Operations Manager, and Drew Zhang is the Area Sales Manager of our representatives from Siemens Corporation. Please introduce yourselves.
Yes.
Welcome.
Henry Krisick, I'm the Security Operations Manager for the Chicagoland area.
I'm Drew Young. I'm the Security Manager for the area.
Nice to meet you, Anna.
Thank you. Item number 5 recommends to enter into agreement with Siemens Industry Inc. through the GSA Schedule 70 for the support and maintenance of CHA security camera system. The contract amount is not to exceed $7,221,955, and it includes a 1-year base term from February 1st, 2025 through January 31st, 2026, with a 1-year option. Since 2009, CHA has strategically implemented a security camera system across our public housing portfolio. Today, we have more than 7,000 cameras at the senior and the family sites. Those cameras played a crucial role to deterring crime and enhancing resident safety. The system includes motion activated cameras and networked digital recording for effective monitoring of our properties. Regular maintenance is a key to keep everything running smoothly. This new contract covers maintenance for the current camera systems as well as any replacements or upgrades. We just want to inform the board that we are also working with the PAM division to prepare an RFP to replace over 5,000 outdated cameras and add new ones. Upgrading those cameras will improve video quality, expand coverage, and bring us up to the latest technology standards. Adding new cameras will help cover more areas, further enhancing security and monitoring to keep the residents safe. We are open for questions.
Commissioners? Commissioner Washington?
That sounds good, but half the cameras on the property is not working. Will you implement
Half the cameras on the project are not working.
Are not working. We just had a meeting yesterday. Now, wherever resident asks for the information, they can't find nothing. But if something happens to a manager, then they can find it. So something's wrong with their store. Will you implement and start saying we're gonna do this, do that? Each portfolio manager should walk their property down, till they go sit at 47th Street and look at all the cameras for their property, see if it's working at all angles in every camera. Or you start implementing something, first find out what you have, what you don't have. You can't say we're gonna upgrade, we're gonna push a switch, it ain't working.
So this one, it will be the support and maintenance for the current system. We're preparing an RFP, will cover that as well. We're gonna start with assessment to see what we have, we don't, and design a better structure to monitor our properties. But that is in the work. We have not, we're still working on the draft of the RFP.
We have an
We're gonna
update
still
from the
need to
board
find out what
of
works and what
you
don't.
find in the system that is and is not in operation that you have to repair.
Yeah, there's a daily down camera report. So currently there's approximately 240 cameras down out of the 7,000.
Okay. 240 out of 7,000.
Correct, and we have
Is
been
that-
monitoring the system. I'm sorry to
Yeah,
cut you
no,
off.
I mean, is
Commissioner.
240 a normal number that are down? Or is that just extraordinary at the moment? What would be a good number down and the rest operating?
A good number would be below 100. Right now, there's 2 fiber issues at 2 different sites that are going to be currently getting processed to
Okay,
get
so
repaired.
nothing relating to vandalism, it's
Do you
the
know the
wiring.
site?
There's very little vandalism.
Do you know the sites? So I make sure that you're correct. Do you know the sites?
Which sites are down?
There's some cameras down at Altgeld Gardens as well as Abla. Those are the 2 largest with the fiber issues.
Okay, so you have did a survey of all the cameras throughout the authority. Yes, it's down those areas, but it's down in other areas also. You can't.
Yes, there's other cameras that come
just
down
pick
to
and choose. There's
18.
not a lot of cameras.
There's
There's
18.
about 500 cameras down.
I'm sorry.
There's about 500 cameras down. And some buildings don't even have, some senior buildings that's got the problem don't even have cameras besides on the first floor. They need cameras in their building. So we need to just start from scratch and work our way up. We need to start from scratch and work our way up because there's so much out there now, and if you're not out there paying attention, you don't know.
Could we have a list when it's prepared of, a daily log, just so we see the 7,000 in some format that Commissioner Washington can go through with me?
Sure, I can share that with Anna, and Anna can share with the
Thank
you.
appropriate individuals.
We'll
Yes,
prepare a
Commissioner
report
Parker.
for you.
Oh,
Need to sell
Commissioner
because I know
Harris.
where they at.
Yeah. I just want to ask, I have two questions. Why is this contract for only 2 years when most of the times our contracts are approved for 5 years?
So the reason is because we are, we are going to issue a RFP to replace 5,000 plus cameras because the newer cameras will have less maintenance cost. So we want to evaluate after we start implementing the new system. Hopefully, the annual cost to support the system will be reduced. So that's why we don't want to contract 5 years and have to come back to modify, update the contract amount.
Well, getting back to what you were sharing, Mentanke, you said that you asked about how long are the cameras down, but I'd like to ask if they are down, do we have a tracking system to show and to give us information as to how long it would take to repair the cameras after they are in need of repair?
Yeah, we can provide that information to Anna. She can share that.
Siemens does have a ticketing system, so that's what we use as well to monitor all our tickets submitted to them. So currently, we did download a ticket and did an evaluation on their performance. So currently, 90% of cameras that are offline, they're being prepared within a day. But anything requires the time material will take a little bit longer. So that's what we have, based off the ticketing system and Siemens is hosting. That's the performance KPI we received from them. Also, the camera uptime is around 95 to 96% based off the daily, camera report.
So if it's not a wiring issue, it's a camera issue, does the maintenance truck have replacement cameras to put in while?
Well, they're saying a lot of cameras work. I know there's a lot of cameras off. And we were told, well, those CHE don't get it, the police department get it. I let it go because I didn't really start nothing. But that ain't true. That ain't true. If I call you and say, yeah, I'm standing in front of this camera, if you can't see it, it ain't working. Police can't get something that we can't get. It's on our property, and we tune to it. Some stuff I let go at the point in time because it would have been right, but believe me, it's not happening.
Do we have cameras
not
that are
happening.
being monitored only by the police, I believe is the question,
47th Street
at 47th Street?
operation.
No. So all of our cameras that are integrated with our OMC office, which is our location at the FIC. We have 2 locations at the FIC where they're being monitored, as well as CPD have access to the cameras. So as far as the monitoring, the day-to-day, that takes place at the FIC.
Well, if the police can see it and we can't see it, what they tell you? Something is wrong.
Commissioner Parker, you have a question?
Yeah,
This we was
I
told
just want to ask
yesterday.
Anna, the 2020 contract we did with Siemens for the 3-year base, 2-year option, is it bumping up against this? Because I'm kind of confused with the last contract we did in 2020 with Siemens, and it's 2024, and they asking for 2 years. That was a 5-year. I'm kind of confused with that.
So that at that time, because we implemented the security camera system in 2009, right? So 5 years ago is still relatively new to us.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying we just did a 2020 contract with Siemens, a 3-year base and a 2-year option. Is that expired? Is that done?
Yeah, it expires next January 31st, 2025. The contract will expire.
So this one will begin
Correct.
January.
Yes.
So Section 3 again. I mean, what y'all doing with the give back? It's a big contract. Siemens is a big name.
Yeah, for Section 3, we currently use Pearly Sue Cleaning Company, which is a Section 3 subcontractor to fulfill that. We've also
What Pearly Sue doing, cleaning the lenses?
Yes.
What about hires? hires residents?
Yeah, they
hire?
have the extension
hires.
poles.
Huh?
They have extension poles for the higher cameras.
No. I'm
No,
talking
direct
about
hires
jobs.
from Siemens.
Yes, so we're looking at doing some summer internships
Yes,
as well as, because of the technical nature, we'd be looking for qualified candidates that may have a 2-year electronics degree, and then get them into an internship program, and then on availability of
You said you would be
positions.
looking. What's on the table right now? Section 3. Could we have Sheila get up again and give us a little bit of presentation on what's to give back? Thank
Greetings,
you.
commissioners, once
Greetings
again.
once again.
And so they are looking to do internships with us, but I do want to say, Commissioner Parker, you did ask, what have they done for us in the past?
Lately.
And so there was a contract that was for about $26 million that we did with Siemens, and it was for our emergency security. And so they hired about 20 technicians through the life of that contract, which was a 4-year contract. And so we'll be looking to work with them to do not only the internship program, but if there's opportunities to hire technicians, as I just stated, we'll do that as well through our Section 3 portal. And I do have the list of those individuals
How
that
many-
was hired through
How many of
Siemens.
those individuals that were hired are still working at Siemens?
I can find that information out.
Thank you.
Seaman Mike can
Again-
answer. Could they answer that question? You saying you got to find it out? We got them right here.
Yeah, once we have the names of the
Not the
people-
names. We just need the numbers.
No.
Right,
She's identifying which of the 20 work there and.
Are still working.
yeah, we'd have to identify who was hired and
I
then
get
see
it.
if they're still here.
Okay, you'll get us that information.
And I got one more for Anna. I mean, we talked about deterring crime with the cameras, but I don't see major arrests. I'm just trying to see why we spending $20 million or $7 million a year when people steady committing crimes. I really don't think it's a serious deterrent because they still breaking the law under the cameras and ain't nobody being arrested. I know a whole lot of people say they shot somebody under the camera and they still walking around shooting other people. So I'm kind of confused as to why we paying this much. Okay, but we paying for security cameras and what we really getting out of it. How many arrests? I mean, what is it leading to?
They illegal.
Why the crime still high on our sites? These
still
family
illegal.
sites that you say the cameras down at, all I know they took the cameras out so they can keep.
They're
crime.
still illegal.
Well, thank you, Commissioner, for that question.
What's illegal? Because I'm
There's two things. So one is as we talk about security cameras are really a deterrence and being proactive and then being responsive when we talk about ongoing investigations. So our cameras, although because every camera that is not monitored 24/7. So if something happens, what we normally get is a police report. We have our team, they go through they review the camera footage, they identify the evidence that identifies that, and that is turned over to the CPD. CPD then launches an investigation. We have no knowledge on the investigation, on the ongoing activity of the investigation, or when they will make arrests.
so
or-
if they investigated, ain't no arrest. I'm confused.
And so, but our responsibility is to turn that footage over to CPD.
But there are some residents that the cameras have zoomed in on, and the folks going in and out the property guns and shooting. Those property managers into legal, they're still sitting there waiting.
Yeah, so
Lots of stuff
and
that
those-
we see that we don't have to wait for CPD. We can do it ourselves. We are not doing it.
So when there's criminal activity on our properties, that information is submitted by our property management companies and submitted to our legal department. Our legal department handles that all of those cases and will provide us a status.
All right, thank you.
That's a
Thank
good
you.
answer, but it ain't working. It ain't working.
It's,
So many good
it's a
answers.
deterrent and it's not perfect, but it's better than not having it.
Well, we got security deterrent, we got camera deterrent, and we still got a lot of crime. I'm just kind of, and all that's really costly. So
Yes.
I'm not,
All right,
Okay.
thank you, Anna.
One more, Lynn. Contingency. What we paying for contingency for? What's that for? To fix the camera?
Those are also time material. So some are not over, covered by the regular support maintenance, like vandalism and weather-related damages. That anything outside of normal tear and wear that we need to pay from the contingency versus the regular support. That's why we're asking for contingency.
I get it. Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioners, we have one registered speaker, Ms. Holt. Come on up. Good morning again.
let me say this before you start the time. If you start having deterrent payments that goes in the pocket of these contracts, maybe you should rewrite the scope of the contract, because you're absolutely right. Nothing is happening in real time, but a lot of money is going out for all these great services that's not happening. I want to speak on the budget, $1.3 billion budget. The number was glossed over exactly how much comes from HUD. Let me start by saying my people, Black descendants of slave, is over 70% of that population. We're being used as human capital, like I've always told you, right? But we're the least ones to receive economic growth in this space. And you have to do something about that. I really do believe with all of my heart that CHA needs to be back into receivership. I need to say that. So I'm speaking to you as a 28th Ward Republican committee woman right now at this time, right? Let's talk about number one. Who are you holding? How are you holding your senior staff accountable? I'm going to say it again. I'm going to repeat myself. I don't care what CEO, how good or bad you get into, because if you get a good CEO, they're going to go back to soon as they leave, because their mentality is, yeah, we've been here 20, 30, 40 years, and we see y'all coming and going. And that's what actually happens. So they go back to, it's like the 2-3 gallon grounds we gain, we get put 5 steps back. It has to stop. Nothing is ever in writing here. Nothing is ever in writing here, and we could keep chasing our tail. 2, red is a problem for low-income Section 3 businesses, and nobody's talking about it. The economics connected to the red
20
funding
seconds
and our
remaining.
businesses, period. And we need to have a sit down to talk about this and lay it out before we have to go to Washington, because we'll go to Washington. But we shouldn't have to, because we have relationships here. You've been seeing us for years, right? You've seen us grow, and you've been seeing us throw back too. So we don't have to do this. Number 3, predatory contracting is going on your mixed income properties. Your staff is pretty much participating in contract steering. I got a whole list. And anybody that knows me, when I get up here and speak about anything, I have started gaining and gathering paperwork.
Thank you, Ms. Holt.
That's all I want to say.
Thank you. All right. Commissioners, do you have any questions on item 1 or any other items on the finance and audit agenda? Hearing none, I will present an omnibus motion for approval of items number 1 through 5. Is there a second? Oh, thank you.
Second, I'm on audit.
All in favor say aye. Aye. Are there any opposed votes, abstentions?
Commissioner, I'm sorry.
Is Commissioner Washington on the Finance Committee?
Okay.
Yes. Okay. All right. Are there any opposed votes, abstentions, recusals? Hearing none, items 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 are approved. If there is no further business to come before this committee, I will present a motion to adjourn this meeting. Is there a second, Commissioner Washington?
Second.
All in
Second.
favor say aye. Aye. Are there any opposed? Hearing none, the Finance and Audit Committee of November 19th is now adjourned. Next. All right, I have a different hat on now. Good morning. Good morning. As Chairman of the Real Estate Operations Development Committee, I will be calling today's meeting to order. The Board Secretary will call the roll to establish a quorum.
Commissioner Gutierrez, Commissioner Harris,
Here.
Commissioner Malone,
Here.
Commissioner Parker,
Here.
Commissioner Parker,
Here.
Commissioner Matenki.
Here.
Mr. Chairman, you have a quorum.
Thank you, Lee. Let the record reflect the Commissioners Cobb, Cruzy, and Washington are also in attendance but not counted for in the quorum. Madam Secretary, would you please use both of Ms. Cruzy's last names so I read it next time?
Will do, sir.
Thank you. The first matter for approval is the meeting minutes of September 12, 2024. Are there any corrections to the minutes? Hearing none, I will present a motion for approval of the September 12th Real Estate Operations Development Committee meeting. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Are there any opposed votes, abstentions, or recusals? Hearing none, the minutes are hereby approved as submitted. We have a short agenda today. Doesn't feel like it. With only one item for consideration by this committee. As a reminder, comments from registered speakers will be entertained after presentation by staff and discussion by commissioners. Items will then be voted upon after public participation. Item number 6 in our agenda is the authorization for the Kenmar Apartments General Partner to accept the assignment of limited partnership interests from the investor. This will be presented by Ann McKenzie, our Chief Development Officer. Good morning, Ann.
Good morning. Before you, as you stated, is one item for this committee. This item is works from our work to preserve affordable housing across the city of Chicago. Kenmore Apartments was redeveloped in 2009, 2010, using low-income housing tax credits. Low-income housing tax credits help us to stretch our dollars. In this case, it brought $9 million worth of equity to the transaction, which was a redevelopment of 100 units of senior housing on the north side of Chicago. The development is today seeking approval to allow Redstone Equity Holdings LLC, Redstone Equity Manager LLC, to exit that partnership. They are the limited partner. The Chicago Housing Authority was the general partner, and the Chicago Housing Authority, or acting through their affiliate, will take over the entire building. CHA, as that sole member, has been responsible for Kenmore Apartments this entire time. This was simply Redstone's part was as an investor. Redstone seeking an early exit from the Kenmore Partnership, which we think also works to the benefit of the CHA and its residents. Redstone wants to exit before the end of the year to avoid any exit tax liability, which it would arguably be able to ask the CHA to pay for, although Redstone has been a good partner and we would not anticipate that. Redstone has agreed to exit. CHA would take over the entire property without having to report to that limited partner. Of course, we would still report to this board because this would be a CHA property. Benefits of this is tax credits have helped us to preserve this building. They've helped us to preserve 8 other senior buildings and then 2 other family buildings. It's been a good program for us. But at the end, we do a lot of reporting that's simply based on IRS rules, not based on people rules. So that we would still be doing audits in the same way, but just for the CHA board. This would also allow us, if we need to refinance the building or do something else, we'll have some choices. Kenmore Apartments, so that you know, is usually about 100% occupied. It's in good shape. We think that this is the right move. We have done something similar in the past with National Equity Fund, and I anticipate I will be coming back to this board for other exits of limited partners. I know there's a lot of financing stuff, so if you have any questions.
We used public tax dollars to get an investor to give us $9 million to fix up the building. When do we anticipate the next renovation and financing of a building of this sort?
Kenmore's in relatively good shape, so I would anticipate that we'll be back in a year or two with some ideas, because there are some things we would like to do. Mostly, remember, we look at the systems first. We'll look at the roof again. We'll look at, which we keep doing, on all of our buildings, and we'll be looking at the heating, and we might be coming back for some renovations to this building.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions, comments?
Yeah.
Are you
I have a
out?
question. Yes, my question is, I couldn't hear you too well. Does the CHA fully own the property?
Yes.
Did you say?
Yes, what happens in a tax credit partnership, so that that limited partner can take the tax credits, is they have a limited ownership stake, and it is 99% of the ownership, so they can take 99% of the losses. We, as a tax exempt entity, do not take losses.
So when this is over, we go back to owning it individually,
100%.
the whole 100%. If we do another financing vehicle, we would allow somebody else to come in on a limited basis, give them 99% of the ownership for that period of time even though we operate the property, so that they can take the tax credits, the losses. And then, but ultimately, it's our property.
Well, let me ask this. Does the, I had another question. Does the 80K closing costs and management fee, is that industry standard?
Oh, yes, there are some exit costs, which are simply some asset management and the legal costs. And yes, actually, it's better than industry standard. Industry standard would be, we would make up for their exit taxes. They are not asking for that.
Thank you.
Yes, Commissioner Parker.
So, I'm sorry. So the partnerships are 15 years, am I correct? The partnership was for 15 years?
Generally, they're for 15 years, but the IRS is allowing early exits 12, 13, 14, and 15 years now.
So this is ending on a 12-year, right, or something like
This
that?
is ending at 14. This is ending at the she asked if this is ending at the 12th year. It's ending
So
at the
partnership is
14th
in
year.
15, so do we still gotta maintain a partnership role, or could we just go back to regular public housing? Do we stay in, called a partnership moving forward? Because we said we the only partner, right? So do we keep that name, or do we turn it back over to 100% control
This
Oh,
is,
public housing?
this is a legal
Legal
question.
question, and I think I know the answer, but we'll see if partnership law. So under partnership law, usually if the same entity has both of the ownerships, they merge, right?
They merge.
So it'd all be CHA.
All right, so the partnership wording is removed. That's just my question. You said merge.
Is it an LLC?
Merge into what?
What entity actually
Right.
owns the building? Is it an
That's-
LLC?
This is a limited partnership.
So it stays in the LLC. It can have a single member of an LLC. It has some protection from, with regard to the corporation by its structure,
It's still under
but it's a
CHA.
single asset in that entity, correct?
Single, but it's still CHA.
Yeah, it's a CSA owned.
It's still CHA.
CHA owned entity.
Well, how I always say it is the CEO, which Liz is about to say. Who signs for this entity?
Right now, as it being in an LLC, it is signed by,
So everybody else can hear you.
excuse me. Right now, as it is in a LLC structure, the CEO signs off on the property. Because it's still in an LLC structure, it does have a limited liability for the CHA being in that type of a structure. So if the cost and those things are tied within that LLC. But as the only general owner of that, it is still CHA's property.
So we needed to do major renovation again. She said it's in good shape in the next 2 or 3 years. How do we get that done?
There- What would happen is we would have two options. We would either A, get a loan again and bringing in a partner
That's what I'm
to
wondering.
get the funding to do that project as we did with this one, or we could turn around and CHA can fund that LLC in order to do the work.
Okay.
Because we are also the owner at this point.
Okay.
Any other questions?
Tax credit.
All right.
Do the work. Do the work. Rehab. Totally rehab the building.
15 years ago.
I beg your pardon?
Do what you mean. Do the work. We getting out of the contract. We dropping one contract, so there's some work that need to be done.
So right now, as Ms. McKenzie has stated, we will be continuing to look at the systems to see if there's any work that needs to be done, monitoring that. That would probably be the first things that would need to be done to the system because it has been a time period. And as you know, things come to a life expectancy. So you would be looking at the life cycles of those systems first.
No, we just
So those were the things that would probably have to be the first things done with the property because it has been 15 years.
Right. We just walked the building down and got all the information on the building. So when you do a report, I would like to see it.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll find out if we have a recent PNA. Yes.
Okay.
A lot needs
Yep,
to be
we have a
done.
recent
Improve
PNA.
carpet.
All right.
And,
Commissioners, may I move on?
Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Ann. We have one registered speaker, Ms. Tamika Holt, who signed up to comment on item number 6. Ms. Holt? Hello.
you're the chairman of the board now,
This gets you a little bit of walking. It's really
Huh?
You get to walk.
Yes,
sit
I
right
do.
there.
My arthritis needs to work out. Are you the chairman of the board now?
No,
Who?
just for the moment. The interim chairman of the board is Commissioner Brewer, but he's
okay.
stuck in Europe.
Okay, got it. Doing a great job. Okay, so I have a few questions. One of them is, what does people porting? What does that mean? Based on reporting, based on people, reporting. Something Miss McKenzie said. I was trying to understand what that meant.
Oh.
IRS. She said IRS reporting. They do IRS reporting versus what people. I guess people reporting. I don't want rules. What does that mean?
We'll ask Ms. McKenzie to address
Okay,
that
yeah.
for you.
But, okay, and
And
was there any when you go into these limited? Because this is rad now. Was that building flipped to rad? Okay, so when you go into this partnership, so is there any equity? No. So is there any equity pulled out the property, or do you have some type of list of everything that was supposed to be done up under this partnership, and you got a check off list to say A, B, C, D, E, F, G was done?
Yeah, it was a complete redevelopment. Before I was on the board, I imagine there was a checklist of all the work that was financed through this structure. Ms. McKenzie, would you please respond?
I apologize for my speaking. What I meant by people reporting is we would be reporting as the CHA to this board if there's issues with the apartment building. But there wouldn't have to be any reporting to the IRS that we don't really report to. usually.
Okay, I just wanted clarification on that. Okay,
And
so
in terms of the completion of the
second
project.
question. The second question, we had a full scope of work when we did the work 15 years ago. All of that had to be completed. We received a certificate of occupancy. We received all the final environmental, and we had to come in compliance for the low-income housing tax credits, so we had to fill out. We had to complete all of that. So Redstone, our partner, came and did the investigation too, and all of the work was done.
So the scope of work that was done, so who does the check off of that? The construction managers?
On that, we had a construction manager, an architect, first the architect, so it would run like any of our larger deals, so the architect came. We would have a construction manager. We also bring in a third party to check accessibility on our
Okay.
units, and then the city of Chicago would have issued a C of O.
Okay,
And,
so we're gonna.
Commissioner Parker worked for the architect on that project.
Okay, so we're gonna do a snapshot. We're gonna leave this right here, and once you take over the building again, I think we're gonna go back and have this conversation about what was actually supposed to be done. There is a life to all functioning systems in any property.
Correct.
But there's also some things that you can tell that was not touched when it was supposed to be touched.
Okay. Look forward to that. Thank you, Ms. Holt, for your comments. Commissioners, do you have any additional questions on item number 6? Thank you, Ann. Hearing none, I will present a motion for approval of item number 6. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank
Don't you
you. Got it. Okay. All in favor say aye. Aye. Are there any opposed, abstentions, or recusals? Hearing none, item number 6 is approved by unanimous vote. If there is no further business to come before this committee, I will present a motion to adjourn this meeting. Is there a second? I don't have item 7. Item 7 is removed.
Okay, again.
May I have a second?
Second.
All in favor say aye. Are there any nays? Aye.
Aye.
The November 19th Real Estate Operations Development Committee meeting is now adjourned. Thank you. I get a break.
Good morning, and welcome to the November 19th Tenant Services Committee. My name is Deborah Parker, Chair of the Tenant Service Committee. I will call today's meeting to order. We will have a roll call to establish a quorum.
Commissioner Cobb,
Here.
Commissioner Gonzalez Cruzy,
Present.
Commissioner Harris,
Here.
Commissioner Washington, Commissioner Parker.
Here.
Madam Chair, you have a quorum.
Thank you, Lee. Let the record reflect that Commissioners Matanke, Malone, and are also in attendance, but not counted for the quorum. We have 2 items on today's agenda for consideration. Both items will be presented by Lucas Fatma, Deputy Chief of Resident Services. Item number 8 reads as follows. Authorization to award and execute the professional services agreement for the Family Works program. Lucas, can you provide us with an overview of this item?
Sure. Good morning, and thank you, commissioners. After completing a request for proposal process, this item is to seek authorization to enter into professional service agreements for a 2-year base term with 3 one-year options to implement the Family Works program with the following agencies: Employment and Employer Services, Metropolitan Family Services, and Near West Side CDC. Family Works is a family coaching program for residents in our family developments. It is the cornerstone for residents to access all of our other services. And this RFP consolidated from 5 kind of service locations down to 3. It removed the Summer Youth Employment Program, which we will bring back to this board in the future as a separate action. And it also has providers focusing on family properties, while our CHA staff will support residents in our scattered site portfolio and mixed income portfolios. So really trying to clarify kind of the scope of work of this program. Family Works providers are responsible for outreaching to families, supporting families with lease violations, helping to meet the work requirements, early learning programs, family goals, mental health services. We require senior home visits for all of our senior residents, and they also operate our digital literacy, digital resource centers, our computer labs on site. They host community engagement events, and they support the local advisory councils when requested with different initiatives. So representatives from each of the firms are with us today, in addition to me, and we can answer any questions you may have.
Could you bring the firms up? Could you invite your firms to come to the podium? Commissioners, do you have any questions?
Yes.
Commissioner Washington.
Good morning, Anissa Jones from Employment and Employer Services.
And what's your role there?
Senior Vice President with Employment and Employer Services.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Carrie Pulley, the Executive Director at Metropolitan Family Services.
Okay.
Crystal Ross, Program Manager for Metropolitan Family Services.
Good afternoon. Cindy Blumenthal with Near West Side Community Development Corporation. I'm the director.
Thank you.
Good morning, LaDonna Taylor, Associate Director with Near West Side.
Commissioners, any questions? And they can
I have-
start with Lucas or either or.
I have a statement of the question. Thank you all for being here. I think Sid, you did an outstanding job. I hate that Centers for New Horizons not in the running, but their service has been lousy lately. Maybe they'll pick up in the future. But you all have been doing an excellent job. I'm a recipient of y'all services. So don't get too big-headed. Continue doing what you've been doing. Don't drop the ball. Just do your job, and you remain here. And welcome, and I shall have fun working with you all again. Congratulations to all y'all.
Commissioner Harris.
Yeah. Okay, my my question is, are the senior the senior ambassadors provided with a stipend?
I believe you're referring to the Family Community Ambassador Program. We do have a Senior Community Ambassador Program.
The RSCs.
And a Family Community Ambassador Program. And yes, they receive a rent credit. Correct me if I'm wrong. I believe it's $100 per month for their work as Family Community Ambassadors. Up to. Thank you, Sonia.
So I have a question to you, Lucas. That was one of the questions with the $100 a month. I mean, that's paying them what, $2 an hour? Because I'm kind of confused with why we only allow for $100 a month when they're the ones passing out the flyers. They doing a lot of the outreach, and so to tell them that just because I don't know if it's because they residents, but to get them up until they rent amount, Why do we do that?
I will have to look into that and get back to you with that information.
As a
Commissioner.
chairman of this committee, I really need you to look into that because I just feel like they out there in the field.
Mhm.
They working. So if we gonna hire them and we spending $40 million on these contracts is for 5 years, but at $40 million, I just think we should be able to be more flexible with the resident portion. And I know that they hire residents. And so another question I had was, you know, you guys, a lot of the services we took away from the resident service coordinators, and I wanted to say a lot, but I was warned by some LAC presidents that don't touch their programs because they really like them. But me, I got questions as to why we spending $40 million on agencies that's, to me, I don't see where they linked up with agencies to hire. Like they call themselves employment services and they not really helping residents get direct employment. I mean, I think they getting the training, but I wanted to know what direct employment services do the residents get? What connections do these agencies have with with companies?
Yeah,
Because back in the day, they
absolutely.
used to have
Either one of
connections
y'all
to the
can speak
companies.
on it.
If any one of them or you could answer that question, that'd be fine.
Don't
Yeah,
be
I-
shy. Come on. Either one of y'all answer the question. Y'all should know.
So, if I may, just on the issue in regards to the stipend given to residents,
Yeah.
there's this federal statute that states that if they're receiving more than $200 in stipend payments, it has to be counted as income for rent.
Okay, we don't.
So we have to try, so giving
If I make
someone.
$200 a month, how much my rent?
don't
I,
know.
I, I- unfortunately, it's a federal regulation.
Okay.
Okay,
And
well,
so
that's right.
whether or not we can increase is one story, but if we bring it up to, for example, what you just said, the amount of rent that they make, by federal law, it has to be counted as additional income. So whatever income they already have, that money would be counted as income on top. Having to keep it below 200 is what keeps it from being counted toward making changes toward their rent.
Thanks for that, but it's only 100, so maybe we
Right,
can double
so
it.
that may be something that can be looked into through resident services, but I just wanted to answer that particular question in regards to why the stipend can't go to the rent amount.
Okay. But you came in right in the middle of Lucas answering my real question. I'll get to the $100 later. Lucas, about the employment opportunities for the
Yeah,
residents.
Sure. We do have, Resident Services has separate contracts with workforce development providers that provide subsidized placement. We have contractors that provide direct employment placement, training and support.
Could somebody speak to that? Because what kind of subsidized employment?
That is referring to our summer food and Golden Diner program experiences. But we also have direct placement providers. We have our Workforce Opportunity Resource Center. So our Family Works providers, while they can provide transportation assistance, some kind of soft skills and other training, they really are making referrals to our other network of providers and to other providers in the community for employment services.
So they really, you said they making referrals to stuff we got, because we is work. So we don't have to pay nobody else to tell our residents that we got something, right? I mean, that's what I'm saying. So I just wanted them to be more, do more, because we don't, again, I don't got to call Family Works to say that CHA got a work program.
Correct.
I know that I'm a CHA resident, right?
Yes, that's
so
right.
I want to know what type of other connections outside of what we providing as an agency already are they reaching out to bring back to our residents? Because I feel like, again, residents love them, but I just want to know, and I'm sorry as a chair to go this far, but I still ain't getting it. So because they come up to the mic because you talking for them. We can start with employer services. Could you kind of speak to why you guys are named that? Or you got any connections to direct employment for residents?
Yes, absolutely. So we are actually one of the workforce providers that Lucas mentioned. We have a contract with CHA to provide employment placement services as well as Golden Diner services and the
Where
summer food program.
you're
And
connecting those opportunities besides Golden Diner, which that's our own program.
Sure.
So,
I was just
outside
going
of
to
us,
speak to
where
that. So we do also have other workforce programs. So we have a contract with the Cook County Workforce Partnership, as well as Department of Family and Support Services, that we do also connect our CHA residents to.
So, could you give me kind of like a basic number? How many jobs you think a year
So,
that we get out of these agencies?
Sure. Well, I can tell you as a company overall, we probably place over 500 individuals into employment annually.
good. That's good.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Mhm. So we do pride ourselves on workforce, and we make sure that we connect across all of our programs to make sure that all of our CHA and HCV residents take advantage of those employment services.
And do you kind of monitor if it's long term? What you call employment? Is it over 30 days? What's the length of the-
Retentions, yes. So we do, most of our programs go up to 180 days of retention.
And we getting that?
Yes.
At
Yes. So through,
500?
as a workforce provider, we're definitely contracted to do that with CHA, and we are performing along those metrics.
Okay, and could I get near West Side? I'm sorry. Any more questions, commissioners? I can't.
I have a question.
Oh, go ahead.
What
Good
sector,
afternoon.
I'm sorry, I wanted to ask, what sector are people being job placed into? Just curious.
No, that's a great question. Healthcare is a primary field. We actually just did a healthcare career pathways initiative with CHA to try to get more individuals exposed to our WIOA program for training in the healthcare industry. But for the most part, that is what's driving residents. Like, they're really interested in healthcare. Mhm.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Board. I just want to thank you for allowing us this opportunity. As far as Near West, we currently employ about 10 staff people, and over 60% of those are residents. So one of our residents is a 23-year veteran. We're really proud of that. She's in the homeownership program. She's moved out, and our goal is really to try and help families go through the whole life cycle. So we've got youth that have Miss Williams. Hi. So we really want to, even with our SYEP program, Summer Youth and Program, if we find out kids are in college, we'll hire them up until the time that they graduate. We've had kids that we've kept on then to full-time employment. So our goal is really to try and work with the residents in the community. We do safety and security, so we do have safe passage workers that we then get security licenses for. We do a lot of home health care. We refer to our employment provider here within, but we also have a 20-year veteran that has been helping us find employment. So we have partnerships with Walgreens. We have, just entry-level jobs at different grocery stores. And we do our best to try and make sure that residents can, if they're interested. One of the things we do is we make sure that each resident has an assessment. If they indicate that they are not employed or are seeking employment, then we can run those reports, and we make sure to circle back and make sure that those families actually get the services they're requesting. So I think it's a good question, and I think it's really important that we stay on top of it and be accountable to you as a board in ensuring that residents are not just, we're not just out here, right? We're really trying to make sure people are moving through and being as successful as they want to be.
What you doing with education?
Education, we work through our Partners in Education program. So we ran a pretty extensive summer youth and employment program. We had city colleges come out at least a couple of times a year. We've done, tours to the Malcolm X College. They have really cool robots. If you haven't seen those, but we do go. We take the kids out to different places to try and make sure that they know that that trajectory for making a little bit more money is to try and get them educated in education, GEDs. We attend IEP meetings if we have to with kids in high school. We do a lot with report cards, just even giving kids candy bars for A's on the report cards. Kids will get really excited about coming in, but then when they're not doing well, we know who those kids are because they didn't come to our office. So we can follow back around. We have tutoring in the computer lab. We work with our local library. We're really big on community development, so we want families to know the services in their community, which is why we're really excited about getting into some new neighborhoods and really linking families back. We always say, our postcard says, you're the expert as the resident, we're just your support. So we really do want to try to find ways for people to self-serve. We're not trying to be enablers, right? Our whole goal is to work ourselves out of jobs. So we want to make sure families know what their resources are, know how to access them, and really, in whatever direction they want to go.
So they said earlier that you guys, work with the local advisory council. That's the resident leadership on a site. How do you engage the local advisory council with what you provide?
Well, first off, I would never not do anything without Francine was the first person who ever made me cry on my job. I'm just gonna say. So I already know, right? Like we make sure that our residents are the biggest voice. So we want to make sure I come from a place where we really do respect that, and that we obviously go to the LAC meetings. If we're having events, we try to get information from our LAC presidents about the things that they're hearing on the ground. I mean, it really is a family when you're in some of these developments where you have to work together for your own safety, and really trying to make sure that you're meeting the needs of the folks that are there. You can host all kinds of events, but if you don't have your finger on the pulse of the resident, no one's going to come anyway. So we really do try to get the feedback from our LAC presidents.
So Francine made a lot of people cry on their first day.
I know, and I appreciate
Welcome.
her very much. She taught me a lot.
Can we get Metropolitan Family Services to the mic? All Gail's favorite. Look at Miss Williams.
Make you cry too?
So similar to
Bernadette,
EE&S, we also wrap services around the families. So our Calumet site has 37 different programs. Many of those are employment, economic development. And so we may have our premier program is our youth development, our youth build program. And so we partner actually with CHA and recruit youth 16 to 24 to work on a house that we then give back to low income. CHA actually donated the house for our last go around with our youth build. So that's one of our premier programs. Well, we also have WIOA programs, employment placement and preparation programs. We have year-round SYEP. We have safe spaces. So a lot of youth-facing programs, but also adults for workforce.
So I come from public housing, and so I read a lot of the bios and write-ups, and according to what I see, a placement into colleges and conversation around colleges is not a lot. And so I know it's a lot of straight-A students that's living in public housing. They fear going away, leaving their family, and I'm just wondering if you guys could do more of encouraging them to take the college tours, do things like that, get the family more involved. You're not even taking our kids out to museums. Chicago got a lot of beautiful places and spaces, and they only exposed to their environments. And so, again, if for $40 million, I think we can get a little creative and start bringing our residents outside of public housing.
So
and
can I
into the
can I
city.
add that at Metropolitan we have a private donor, and we're on our 7th cohort of Alt Guild Youth Leaders.
Whoa.
And so this donor gives us $50,000 a year. We have a 9-month curriculum that, again, we're on our 7th cohort. So 70 youth in Alt Guild Gardens go through this cohort, and at the end we do a trip to New York.
Whoa, I never
and
heard
so. Yes, super excited about that. So that's $350,000 that's coming into Alt Guild that we leverage to provide that opportunity for our youth. So we're super excited about that. Those youth also do a youth-led food pantry because we know that in Alt Guild Gardens, it's a food desert. And
Right.
so once a month, those youth plan the food pantry, receive the food, and then distribute the food in their own special way. Everybody's welcome to come. They have music, food, and distribute the food.
And maybe you can get them to start filming it, and so we could put that on our screen when we running these backgrounds.
So something to add too, Miss Davis is coming, but her son, Miss Miss Francine connected us with Silas. And so during one of our summer programs, the youth did videography. And so Chanel Davis, whose son is gonna come up, he's actually in college because we push college with our teen leaders. She's coming to talk about that as well. But he has a camera and he comes back and does all our events. We even pay him for bigger Metropolitan. We had a board meetings that he'll come out and take pictures at those board meetings because we invested in that with one of our youth leaders.
So out of all you guys present, is any of them residents or former residents? Part of this presentation, could I get a resident to speak if I could? And if any other commissioners got questions, I'm sorry to kind of dominate my own committee.
Can I speak a little bit on Metropolitan?
I'm so sorry.
Can I speak a little bit on Metropolitan?
Yes, ma'am.
I want to say that we have great turnouts when any hiring event, children event. But the bottom line, if CHA do not make it mandatory that these residents get up off their butt and go to work, you're not gonna get no participation.
But we paying them to go out there and
They
be,
are
be
doing it, but if
good.
it's not mandatory, Deborah Parker, they not gonna come out just like I say, the housekeeping. Kids got roaches crawling around, and why y'all think children going to school angry? You all have to make it mandatory.
It was at
Thank you,
one
Ms.
time they
Williams.
took it out the
All
contract.
right, we do have an 87% engagement. Okay, y'all know I don't rest. I be around my development, so I work closely with them. But you have to make it mandatory. Do you all know when people is you have to be working or going to school to live in public housing? Guess what? When they get their housing a month later, they quit their jobs.
Because it was taken out the contracts, and you're right. Come on.
Hello. Can you,
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Y'all can hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. My name is Clovon Polion from Trumbull Park. I'm speaking on behalf of ENES Services. I moved to Trumbull Park last year as a domestic violence victim. My case manager, Octavia Mitchell, she actually knocked at my door, introduced herself, and I promise you, when I came to Trumbull Park, it was just to close on me and my kids' back and important paperwork because I was leaving a domestic violence situation. And she was like an angel. Like, she helped me with referrals. She helped me with employment services. Like, I felt really on hard times. And I just thank you guys for people like this, like Octavia Mitchell and his service to help me get through hard times. So that's why I'm speaking on upon ENES, because they really helped me. Like, I was down on my last, and they really helped me. So I really appreciate programs like this and people like her.
Thank you. Thank you. Y'all need to hire her.
How you guys doing? I'm Chanel Davis. I just want to thank Metropolitan Family Services. I want to thank you guys for giving them to us. Like she was saying, excuse me, I'm sorry. Like she was saying that these people have been a godsend to us. I was there for a week, not even a week, and I got a phone call, asked me, do I need anything? As far as food, furniture, things for my kids. I didn't know who this person was. But this person was there for me and my kids. My kids have been in the program for over 5 years. My son is away at college now, and he's still a part of this family. They call him, they make sure that he's okay. I have a 14-year-old that's a part of the program. He's thriving. My son just went away somewhere and took a computer loose. I couldn't do that at home. I couldn't let him take no computer loose. I can't afford that. But Metropolitan gave him an opportunity to do the stuff like this, to do things like this. I never seen anybody, any organization, since I've been there, provide for us more than they have. No one. Every several days, I'm getting a phone call. Do you hear me? From these guys. Our block have changed. These kids are off the street. They are in programs. They have computers for these kids. I'm so sorry because I'm getting overwhelmed. Because I do not want these guys to leave us. I do not. I don't know what's going to happen to not just my kids, the kids that's in our community. I don't know what's going to happen to them, especially our boys. They need them.
Thank you.
They really do. They take them off the street. They give them things to do.
Thank you so much.
I really appreciate it.
Okay, thanks. Commissioners, you got any other questions?
I have to finish. I have.
Right, with the residents, I don't know, only reason why I'm asking the commissioners is because I believe the residents signed up to speak. And so that the speaking portion for the residents actually is not yet. These questions was for the service providers.
Okay.
And so if you're on the mic, if you're on the list to speak, then you'll do that after this item is
thank you.
closed. Thank you so much. Commissioners, you got any further questions?
Hi, Board.
Okay.
I just want to add, we had a resident here from near West Side, Tawana Stangy. She had to leave. She's one of our resident-owned businesses. We helped her. She's our caterer, and she actually so excited for her. She was able to open up her restaurant in the Cook County corridor in the old Cook County Hospital. So she had to leave, but she did want to. Her name was on the list to speak,
Yes.
and that's just one of the things that we do. I always encourage residents, have your own business, become entrepreneurs. Even though I'm associate director, I'm on the ground. I talk to my residents. They can come to my office, and I'm always encouraging them to get their own. And so she's one of our resident-owned businesses for catering as well as Pingo services. So that's one of the things that we do as an agency, is really support our residents to have their own business. Thank you.
What is Pingo?
Madam Chair, could we ask the name of that resident?
Her name is Tawana Stangy.
I got her.
Yeah.
What is Pingo?
In her business, Pingo is our janitorial services. Yes. Tawana does catering, and Pingo Services does all our janitorial services.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And a number of resident employees you guys got, and then then we kind of done. They don't have any more questions, but how many resident, what's your percentage on Section 3?
About 40% of our employees are residents. Yes.
So across our company, we have 21. We've had 21 CHA residents.
Thank you.
So we're over the 30%, but something that I wanted to add is that I always say they're not residents. They're just our employees. But something else I wanted to add, which I also am very passionate about, people receive our services and then want to come work for Metropolitan. And so I have residents that are not in the Family Works program, but one came back, Summer Youth, Scattered Site Southeast. He is our intake specialist. I have somebody that came from Trumbull, who went to school, came back. She's our DV advocate in our housing program. We have somebody that went away to college and came back as an intern, and then we hired him on in our behavioral health team. And then we also have Tonika, who came from Scattered Site Southeast, who's our DEI director and who was at the Springboard to Success with Devora. So that's what's important to me too, not just our numbers that we hire, but that they appreciate our services and come back to work for us in different components.
And since you guys changed the way we normally do things, you got Ruby Lawson. Was that Ruby
But I had
Lawson?
a question. I had something to say. But thank y'all for expressing yourself. Ms. Parker's our new chair. I'm glad she's there. But we as residents know what you do. We're glad you're back, and just keep the faith, and you're going to be okay. I ain't worry about your high residents. You always high residents. We help out. We call you all fix it or make it work. So welcome, and we should be having fun. I'm still going to give you hell, but we're going to have fun.
Is that Miss Ruby? Is that Miss Lawson?
Yes,
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry. You can speak.
thank you. My name is Ruby. Would you know that? I am from Wentworth Garden. I have two
Could you
questions.
speak in the mic, please?
Sorry. I have two questions if you don't mind. Okay. For this family work, I don't know too much about family work, other people's, but one young man, I could say that he have helped my grandkids out a whole lot. Mr. Ernest Castle. He even go to my kids' school. He don't have to do that. When did the basketball thing for my kids, helped my son find a job. Thank God he was in trouble. He going to college now, and I appreciate it. When I got into some other things with housing, he did knock on the door. If he didn't knock on the door, believe me, he'll call me. But I'm just saying, a lot of them is not like him. He does his job up and beyond. But I do have another question, and it's not with a family work, if you don't mind.
So can I get you to hold that question, please? Just hold it. I'll call you back up. I want to close them out. So I thank you guys for coming. The board has heard your presentation, and we can now move on to item number 9, and that's, thank you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
We'll now move on to item number 9, authorization to execute an intergovernmental agreement with the Chicago Department of Family and Support Service to provide various support service for CHA households.
Thank you. This item is requesting authorization to enter into a 2-year intergovernmental agreement with the Chicago Department of Family and Support Services. And our work with DFSS focuses on 3 main initiatives. They're an integral part in supporting the Golden Diners program, where we serve over 200,000 meals across 20 different sites in our senior buildings. They provide youth services, supporting after-school, summer, and vacation day programs. And finally, the IGA provides supportive service funding for participants in special initiatives, programs for individual, including our transition age youth, and families who were previously experiencing homelessness. And with us today is DFSS's Managing Deputy Commissioner for Programs, Frankie Shipman Amuo. And she's here with us today, and we're here to answer any questions you may have.
Good
morning.
Commissioners, you have any questions? You ain't got no
Yes, I do.
Go ahead and ask the question.
First, tell us about yourself. What is you do?
Hi, I'm Frankie Shipman Amua. I'm Managing Deputy Commissioner for Department of Family and Support Services. We have been very excited about the IGA with CHA to assist us in our out-of-school time programming for youth that is between the ages of 6 and 21. Also, the special projects that we have for families that are frequenting shelters. We also have the Golden Diners program, and that is with 20 sites. And also within the Golden Diners program, we do a trainee program with CHA adult workers, 2 workers per site. And then those that are eligible are able to go to our hospitality program. So with this IGA, we can continue those important services. And I will take any questions that you have.
I have a question.
Well,
Dr. Harris?
Yes. I'd like to know, why is there only 20 Golden Diner programs in the senior building?
Why only 20? So right now, the funding that we have is limited to 20. We are going to be increasing that. While the funding is going to be level, we will be moving some of the 150,000 of the funding that was going to be going toward our special projects for homeless services to Golden Diners. This is to supplement the rising cost of food, but also to give those 20 sites access to a program called Passport to the World, which our other sites have, and that is access to international cuisine. So that is another reason for that increase. While the funding will remain level at the 2.56 million, we are going to be moving a portion of that money. In order to increase past the 20 sites, that would require staffing. And I'm not sure if the board is aware, but this money is not 100% for the staffing. We do get supplements from our grants from the state. And so in order to increase sites, we would have to depend on more funding outside of CHA. And so that's a very precarious thing right now. So we wanted to keep the 20 sites and increase to the Passport program that I mentioned.
Thank you very
Yeah.
much.
Well, we have 57 buildings, and over half of them have dining areas. So we talk about funding for next year. UNCHA need to get together and work on. We need more sites in some of these buildings in these areas. So that means the programs that our fellow work providers that just left was providing, you'll now be providing those programs.
Can you repeat your question? I just want to make sure.
So now you'll be providing that with in the government agreement, you'll be provide the programs for us that Family Works used to provide.
Can I clarify,
Yes.
Commissioner? So previously within the Family Works program was also CHA's summer youth employment program.
Yes.
That is going to be a separate solicitation and future board action separately.
So is the food sites too.
This IGA, DFSS has their own group of delegates, youth serving agencies that provide different out of school time programs during the summer and year round as well. So it's very much separate from the summer youth employment program.
Okay, we're gonna get a separate set of people.
Yes, correct.
Okay, oh, I look forward to that. I do a lot of referrals. But thank you.
So by being an intergovernmental agreement, is there any room for employment opportunities for public housing residents?
So with our Golden Diners, that is the trainee
Besides
program.
Golden Diners, I'm talking about your agency.
So through the IGA, that is what we're limited to.
Okay.
But I do want to just emphasize that we do have the 2 trainees per site for the 20 sites.
2 trainees to serve the food?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, CHA adult workers.
I understand. Any further questions?
Okay, so you're doing this support of us. We are funding your program, right? Are we funding your program?
So yes, but in order to maintain staffing, we are funded through other sources as well.
You're funding part
Okay,
of the
we
program.
partially fund you, but we did the service from Family Works, and now they're under your program. A different set of services, but we pay attention. We out there, we pay attention. So I'll let you know how it's going about next summer. You come back before us.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
So you come back before us next September. Next September.
Absolutely.
All right, thank you. Thank you.
September, we'll see you.
Thank you, Lucas. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioners, we have a total of 5 registered speakers. Ms. Holt will comment on items 8 and 9, and the following 4 remaining speakers will comment on items 8 only.
Madam
As-
Chair, the 4 have commented already, so the only speaker right now would be Ms. Holt
So we
on
ask that-
items number 8 and 9.
Right, so Ms. Holt, can you please approach the podium? Yes, you can.
So I would like some clarification. We had this conversation about paying or giving credit to our residents for their work. And I do understand that if you get over $200 a month in credit, it gets counted against income. But over 200 a month, 34% of that would go toward an increase in rent, 66% would still go into the pocket of the resident. Am I wrong on that?
You're right.
I'm right on that. So it should be about the value of the service and whether or not we have the budget to afford the increases.
Got it.
Okay?
They don't need it. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Holt?
That's fine.
And
Hi,
I
Ms.
have
Holt.
a few questions. I don't know who can speak to what, but I would like to know how much of this of the HTV budget goes toward social service contracts for public housing residents, and I'm assuming that Section 8 residents, but with Section 8 residents don't have wraparound services, correct? Goes toward these contracts. I say all that to say this back since, and it's still going on, from when I was a Section 8 resident. I've been in Chicago Housing Authority all of my life, minus the last 2 years, right? From public housing child to Section 8, right? So, and even with the marketing about these different services that the service providers pretty much give residents, where is that information flowing to the Section 8 residents? I have a daughter that's a student, a college student. She's coming out of UIC. She's a psych major. Where was the full-time opportunities for her? How was she notified? How are any of them notified? And I say all that to say this. Once again, you take a lot of money from the Section 8 budget, resident budget, and they are the least to benefit off of these funds, and they need intervention and interactions too beyond you call us for a specific problem. No, they need to be engaged vigorously like public housing. And another thing, I heard the commissioner, and I'm so happy that you're the chair of resident services. I'm so ecstatic. We talk about vendors and who are they
20 seconds
funneling
remaining.
residents to as far as work. As far as Section 3 business, did you guys know that we can't get subsidized wages for pretty much bringing in residents and training them? Did you know that there is a barrier there that I've been speaking about for 7 years, and everybody seems to keep ignoring them because it would help them up their vendors list where you
Time
funnel
is up.
residents for training and, gainful employment. Does that make sense?
It does.
Come on now. We smarter than what you all think.
Could I?
We don't.
And so with this, I wanted to ask the CEO, because I never didn't really realize that, again, the programs or the $40 million that we just sent out, it doesn't go to help the Section 8 residents. And so, is that true?
I don't believe it is, but I'm going to ask Cheryl if she'd come up to talk a little bit about what, oh, I'm sorry, or Lucas, that's fine. How, or together, how HCV, so Section 8, is benefiting from the same type of programs that public housing is. If either of you could speak to that.
Since Section 8 is the majority residents.
Yes. Thank you. Can you hear me on this one?
Yeah.
Okay. This program for Family Works for these three contractors are for our family properties, similar to how we have a resident service coordination program in our senior properties. However, the majority of all of the services and resident services are available to HCV participants. So this, like our summer youth employment program, workforce development programs, our Level Up program, which includes, you know, the family coaching component. That's primarily HCV residents. And there are clinical services available through Cheryl's team, and obviously our own internal staff that can help support things. So you're absolutely correct. This specific funding is for the next 5 years for our family properties, but we do have various programs for workforce development, youth, seniors, et cetera.
Thank you. Right.
That's good. So.
Yeah,
Yeah.
this year we
They do
started a
balance.
quarterly newsletter that should be e-blasted to all anybody who has an email with us. Obviously, there's the new website enhancements. We can certainly talk if you have other ideas for us around marketing.
And I would like to thank our registered speakers
That's good.
for
I have a
signing up to
question.
address the board.
Question first.
Question, Commissioner.
All the Family Works, they do assist Section 8 residents. Section 8 take advantage of our programs more than our residents do. Section 8 is everywhere. We refer somebody, they know about someone, they go to office, they help them out, they don't discriminate. They have more Section 8 folks is more willing.
Speakers up.
So yes, these programs, these agencies do benefit our Section 8 residents.
So thank
And
you.
I know this personally. We do a lot of referrals. We get more referrals than Section 8 get.
So I thank the registered speakers for signing up to speak to the board. Commissioners, do you have any questions on item 8 and 9? Hearing none, I will present an omnibus motion.
I don't have a question, but I may.
Question, I'm sorry, Madam CEO.
No.
Comment? See you.
The role. I do want to make a comment that being very, very excited about how we do now have 3 different residents with 3 very different perspectives on how they engage with CHA, that we do want to understand where we may be missing, where we may be not thinking about things, where there are greater opportunities to engage with each segment. Because whether you're in public housing, whether you're in HCV, whether you're a homeowner, there still needs to be engagement, right? And so those are the types of things that we're going to be looking at this time.
And I'm happy to hear that coming from the CEO. There you go. Okay, so commissioners have no questions. Hearing none, I will present an omnibus motion for approval of items 8 and 9. Is there a second? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Are there any opposed votes, abstentions, or recusals? Hearing none, items 8 and 9 are hereby approved. If there's no further business to come before this committee, I will present a motion to adjourn. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Are there any opposed votes? Hearing none, the Tenant Service Committee meeting of November 19th is now adjourned.
Thank you, Commissioner Parker. Good morning again. And thank you for rejoining today's recessed meeting in person and via our live stream video broadcast. Where's everybody going? Bye. Thanks for coming. We are now ready to start the business portion of the board meeting. Our board secretary will take a roll call to establish a quorum.
Commissioner Cobb,
Here.
Commissioner Gonzalez Cruzy,
Present.
Commissioner Gutierrez, Commissioner Harris,
Here.
Commissioner Malone,
Here.
Commissioner Matanke,
Here.
Commissioner Parker, Commissioner Washington.
Here.
Mr. Chairman, you have a quorum.
Thank you very much, Lee. We will now move on to committee reports. I will present the reports for the Finance and Audit and Real Estate Committees. The Finance and Audit Committee held its regular meeting earlier today. In the absence of Chairman Brewer, I chaired the meeting, and the following committee members were present as well. Commissioner Gutierrez? No. Commissioner Malone and Commissioner Washington. Present but also not counted for the quorum were Commissioner Cobb, Commissioner Gonzalez Cruzy, on the fly, Commissioner Harris, and Commissioner Parker. The Finance and Audit Committee members then discussed, voted, and recommended for approval of the following 7 items. Number 1, authorization to approve and submit to HUD the CHA's $1.3 billion budget for fiscal year 2025. Item number 2, authorization to ratify purchase of coverages for employee health insurance benefits. Item number 3, authorization to award contract for a financial management system subscription and implementation services. Item number 4, authorization to award contract for iFile Enterprise Content Management and System Maintenance and Support. Item number 5, authorization to approve a cooperative purchasing agreement under the U.S. General Service Administration for surveillance system support and maintenance services. On behalf of the Finance and Audit Committee, I will present an omnibus motion for approval of items number 1 through 5.
So moved.
May I have a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye. Are there
Aye.
any opposed votes, recusals, or abstentions? Hearing none, the resolutions for item 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 are approved. I will also present the next report for the Real Estate Committee. The Real Estate Operations Development Committee held its meeting earlier today. I chaired the meeting, and the following committee members were present as well: Commissioner Harris, Malone, and Parker. Commissioners Cobb, Cruzy, and Washington were also present. However, they were not counted toward the quorum. Committee members then discussed, voted, and recommended for board approval of the following item. Item number 6, authorization for the Kenmore Apartments general partner to accept the assignment of the limited partnership interest from the investor. On behalf of the Real Estate Operations Development Committee, I will present a motion for approval of item number 6. May I have a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Are there any opposed votes, recusals, or abstentions? Hearing none, the resolution of item 6 is approved. The last committee report will be presented by Commissioner Deborah Parker, Chair of the Tenant Services Committee.
The Tenant Service Committee held its regular meeting earlier today. I chaired the meeting, and the following committee members were present as well: Commissioners Cobb, Cruzy, Harris, and Washington. Present also, but not counted for the quorum, were Commissioners Matanky and Malone. The Tenant Service Committee members then discussed, voted, and recommended for approval of the following 2 items. Item number 8, authorization to award and execute professional service agreements with Metropolitan Family Services, Near West Side Community Development, and Employment and Employer Services, Inc., for the Family Works Program in the approximate aggregate value of $40,885,918 for a 2-year base term and 3 one-year option terms. Item number 9, authorization to execute an intergovernmental agreement with the Chicago Department of Family and Support Services to provide various support service for CHA households for approximate value of $2,564,000 for a 2-year term. Mr. Chairman, on behalf of the Tenant Service Committee, I would like to present an omnibus motion for approval of items 8 and 9.
Thank you, Commissioner Parker. We have an omnibus motion presented by Commissioner Parker for approval of items number 9 and 8. May I have a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Are there any opposed votes, recusals, or abstentions? Hearing none, the resolutions for item 8 and 9 are approved. At this time, we have a general item on the agenda, and I will call upon Elizabeth Silas, Acting Chief Legal Officer, to present item number 10?
Number 7.
Number 7. Good morning.
Yes, it's still morning. Good morning, Commissioners. Today, I'd like to present to the board authorization to appoint Vice Chair Matthew Brewer to be the interim chair for the Board of Commissioners for the Chicago Housing Authority. On October 31st, Angela Herlock was made our Chief Executive Officer interim. And at that point, we requested that Vice Chair Matthew Brewer be the chair for the board during that interim period until a new Chief Executive Officer for the CHA is found. And so today I'm asking that this board approve that appointment for Vice Chair Matthew Brewer to be our interim chairperson for the Board of Commissioners.
May I put that motion up and second it myself? I will present that as a motion to the board.
Yes.
Second.
All in favor?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
you
Did I
have
do it
our
wrong?
registered speaker.
Oh, I'm sorry. Ms. Holt.
Ms. Holt.
You should sit closer to the podium
One of the
next
reasons
meeting.
why I'm saying a lot of this stuff, you and your whole crew. Congratulations to Mr. Brewer. I'm sorry he's not here. I thought you were. That's fine. You asked questions and
do
you
okay?
guys are doing. I need to see you guys to be more proactive in the business part that comes to you.
Sure.
It's good to say, yeah, she was right. When there's smoke, there's a fire. And if we could start being more proactive than reactive, we wouldn't see a lot of this going on. I advocate on all subject matters. 50 years I've been a part of this place, right? I'm still a part of this place because my people is still in bondage in this place. Again, $1.3 billion. And we are 70% of the population. We're human capital. But the least, just keep letting that sink in. I got to keep saying it. The least to benefit in this space economically, the least to grow economically, to even gain or build generational wealth. Keep remembering that. Stop allowing anybody to keep putting barriers in our ways and pretty much the ground we gain. We have to start getting stuff in writing so it can't be taken away, because there's still many fights on many, many levels in this space. But again, if you don't do something with your 40, 50, 60 year, and not all of them, but some of them that's in these key positions where a lot of money flows in this space, they're not loyal to you. They have other bosses that you're not aware of. And I'm gonna leave that there. You got a lot of stuff going on here, and it's not like
20
it's being
seconds
hidden.
remaining.
It's being done right in your face. But I'm speaking to you because you make the money flow. But you have to be aware of what's going on. You have people with interests with special relationships with special interest groups that come before this board, march out with their millions. You have to be aware because you're
Time is
accountable
up.
in the end. I'm done.
Thank you, Ms. Holt.
Thank you.
Commissioners, do you have any questions on item number 7? Hearing none, I will present a motion for approval of item number 7. I believe you were going to second that?
Second.
Okay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any discussion? Hearing no. Any opposed votes, abstentions, or recusals? Hearing none. Item number 7 is approved, and I think that's a wonderful item. A few announcements before the board goes into recess. Responses to the September 17th board meeting comments are available at the check-in desk and posted on CHA's website. For board members, a copy of the 2025 committee and board meeting schedule is included in your purple folder. The 2025 schedule is also posted on CHA's website. Our next committee and board meetings are scheduled for Tuesday, January 21st at 8:30 a.m. Just a reminder, if you no longer need to register as an observer to attend, just a reminder, you no longer need to register as an observer to attend committee or board meetings. However, as I mentioned before, persons wishing to comment at CHA committee or board meetings must register in advance by phone or online, and the online address is boardpubliccomments@thech.org, no later than 10 a.m. on Monday, the day preceding board meetings. Visit our website or call the board secretary office to stay abreast of information on board-related meetings or to receive a copy of the public comment process or 2025 meeting schedule. In our continuing effort to improve the Board of Commissioners webpage, we have added a Legistar link that will direct you to meeting notice, agenda packets, and other information pertaining to current and upcoming CHA board meetings. If you would like to receive advance notice of meeting information posted to the CHA Board of Commissioners webpage, you can subscribe via the Legistar link. Call the board secretary's office if you need assistance signing up. Also, visit our website or call the board secretary's office to stay abreast of information on board-related meetings. And the board secretary's phone number is
312-913. What's the last for us? 7282.
There you go. Okay, I will now present a motion to go into closed meeting for approximately 60 minutes, in addition to items number 10 through 15 listed on the agenda, and in accordance with the Open Meetings Act. The board may discuss matters under the following exceptions: personnel-related matters under Section C1 and C2, pending imminent and probable litigation under Section C11, purchase, sale, or lease of real estate property under Section C5 and C6, and audit review under Section C29. May I have a second? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Are there any opposed? We will now go into closed session and be back in approximately 60 minutes. All right. I'd be glad to sit with you and the CEO, but I'm the interim chair. Commissioner Brewers. All right. Yeah. Sure. When we're done with the board meeting, I'll stick around for a little bit extra. Okay.
Don't disappear.
All right.
Mr. Chairman, one more, top of page
On top
19.
of page. Oh, hold on. Since this is our last board meeting for 2024, and as we approach the end of the year, on behalf of my fellow board members, we would like to extend to all our CHA families, community partners, and staff our most sincere wishes for a safe, happy, and healthy holiday season. Thank you all.
Thank you.
So today is our 17th annual CHA Operation Warm event. We have over 2,000 CHA families who will descend upon the UIC Forum today to pick up brand new winter coats for their children and participate in our resource fair with over 30 organizations this year. This event is so important for our families and well known. They look forward to it. We have families who no longer have children who are eligible for coats who still want to attend because of all of the giveaways and the resources and the service fair. They can get their free flu shot or a COVID booster. They can get brand new books through the Book Rich Environments Initiative with the National Book Foundation.
Yes, this is our largest event of the year every year, with 5,000 coats being given away, and we call it more than a coat. People are not only getting warmth for their kids, but the kids are getting confidence and they're getting hope, and the families are getting connected with these great social services.
I get my kids some coats and other stuff that they have every year. It's really nice. I appreciate that they give out food. I appreciate the comment, the lights, those things come in handy. The books, definitely, and just medical help that they might give, the advice when they have people coming to give people free phones. I like the energy, the DJ as well, the music, it's a vibe.
It's about some people.
I came to get some coats for the kids. Hey, Alden. Very helpful. It's a blessing that you guys do this every year for like the people in need, you know.
So I'm getting some books, some snacks, and some jackets. I think they good, and we're gonna for sure use them for the winter.
17 years in to putting on this event, we are approaching 200,000 coats that we've distributed to well over 40,000 families. We are at our 14th annual Take Flight College reception. We are celebrating 200 CHA youth from across the city of Chicago heading off to colleges all around the United States.
It's still kind of shocking at the same time because, you know, not a lot of people go to college, and then not a lot of people go to college to play sports. And so I'm forever grateful for that. Like, my mom sacrificed a lot for me during my high school years. My mom, my dad. So it means a lot to me because I know a lot of people that go to my school, my high school, or that go to school that don't got parent support at all and are struggling. And to have my parents care so much about me and do a lot, sacrifice the stuff they do for me is very, very, it helps me so much, and it's very, I'm very big on it. I appreciate that a lot.
So my emotion is over the moon. This is such a huge accomplishment for my son. And I'm so proud that he went the distance and stood strong in what he was doing.
Well, I'm here to see more opportunities before I go off to college and meet new people and make new connections.
Okay.
That there's a lot of opportunities and there's like different ways to like branch out, and there's a lot of support, so that people should take advantage of it because it's not always going to be here.
I want to say to CHA, thank you, thank you, thank you. You made it not hard on a parent to be able to not to think about rent and to be able to focus on the bigger picture. And I just want to say thank you.
In Chicago's historic Bronzeville community, a project that could ultimately lead to the transformation of our energy infrastructure is quietly taking shape. Now, it could pave the way to a sustainable green energy future while at the same time making the nation's power infrastructure more resilient to everything from extreme weather to a terrorist attack. Now, it's a collaboration between the Illinois Institute of Technology, the Chicago Housing Authority, and ComEd called the Bronzeville Community Microgrid. And it's charting a path to the future by taking an old idea and updating it for the 21st century.
Basically, the first microgrid was built by Edison in 1881. So microgrid by itself is not a new technology. He had a power plant, he pulled wire to the neighborhood, and it was an isolated system, started turning the lights on the streets and providing electricity to the neighbors who were primarily rich people who could afford the electricity at the time. What's different now is that we are using the same idea of the microgrid. However, we are using very advanced technologies, renewable energy technologies, very advanced storage technologies. So everything has developed to be, much more efficient, much less costly, and all of that. And that's what makes it different from the days of Edison.
Bronzeville is a very important community to Chicago. It's got a lot of heart, it's got a lot of passion. As represented by this mural, it's got a lot of forward thinkers and innovative thinkers. It makes it the perfect place, the center of the energy transformation really in the world.
As a Bronzeville resident and a Bronzeville business owner, no matter what community you live in, you want to live in a modern community. And I think the grid represents state-of-art technology as it relates to power and power failures. So in layman's terms, to me it means when there are power failures, the whole city doesn't have to suffer, and you can deal with these problems in sections.
When you look at our communities that have been disinvested, and when we talk about environmental justice, it's really important that clean energy is something that CHA is always pursuing. We've been working on this project for almost 10 years with the community. We're part of the Better Climate Challenge, where we've committed to reducing our carbon emissions by 50% by 2033, and we're well on track, having reduced it just in 1 year by 5%. But also it has provided opportunities for new jobs. So through this program, we had 4 residents who went through training on solar installations and so on, and who are now certified in an industry that is only going to grow.
So in the last few years, the CHA has worked with our partners over at ComEd to install solar panels on each of the 16 residential mid-sized buildings here at Dearborn Homes. We typically use across the campus about 6 million kilowatt hours annually. The solar panels are supplementing that energy by about 10%, which means that we're generating about 600,000 kilowatt hours annually through the solar panels that we in turn do not have to buy from ComEd.
Behind this just beautiful mural is what we call the battery energy storage system, which helps provide that resilient power. A microgrid really is a conglomeration of a lot of different smart devices, all controlled by a master controller. And it provides, on any normal day, the microgrid is actually connected to the main grid. But then in the event of a large disturbance, the microgrid would be able to island or disconnect itself from the main grid and use the resources, the generation, the solar, the energy, to still have a continuous power supply. Every single one of the thousands of residents the police station, the fire station, the schools, and all the small businesses here in Bronzeville would still remain with power.
If you don't have a microgrid, and then if the, let's say the vicinity, the neighborhood is an outage, then you have to turn everything off. Because while the lineman is fixing the grid, you cannot use or turn on your generator or solar because the electron is going to run into the system and the lineman is going to get electrocuted.
This allows us to continue to operate when we have storms or inclement weather, where we need to make sure that our businesses are still functioning. You know, the fire, ambulance, you know, all of the things that are necessary to operate within the city of Chicago to service this community to continue. And we appreciate it, you know, having this microgrid right here in Bronzeville.
And ComEd Stale Players says with the benefits microgrids bring, in the future we could see them in every community.
So today we're here at UIC Student Center, and we're actually hosting our second annual homeownership symposium for CHA residents and future homeowners. One of the things that intrigued me was just this whole idea of building generational wealth, and it's something that I learned later on in life. And I do believe that CHA having a mission in mind of helping our families to do just the same thing. We have so many residents who say, I want to own my own. I want to have my own home. And I too believe that sometimes it's just a matter of giving them the information, connecting them with the right people, connecting them with other people who are like-minded, who have this dream and this journey of homeownership. And also just letting them hear from like the panel discussion that we have today.
The ownership, I've been in ownership since 2013. How I got involved was I got to see a lot of my friends buying homes. I come from the projects, the family of 7. So I just wanted my own, Then I got tired of the landlords, so that's what really motivated me. This is an opportunity to get your voucher, move, save up your money, become self-sufficient, encourage them to come because it's very educational. It's a lot of resources, lots of workshops to learn about some of the tips on the do's and the don'ts when you do become a homeowner.
This event is close to my heart because as we talk about the mission of CHA when it comes to self-sufficiency and economic power and generational wealth, homeownership is the way that families can build that generational wealth. Many in the community do not know that CHA has not only rental, but we also support families who want to pursue homeownership. And I like to say that what we are helping families do is to pursue a place to call home, to become owners in their community and part of their community in a way that helps them build a place to build dreams for their children and for the rest of their family.
Today, we are pampering 150 CHA moms in celebration of Mother's Day. So we are so excited to once again partner with the Daisy Foundation, who are putting together this wonderful day of pampering for CHA moms. They're getting a full makeover that includes hairstyling, makeup, a brand new outfit, an opportunity to take before and after photos.
I'm here today to celebrate Mother's Day and also to get a makeover from the Chicago's finest. This is my first time. I love it. Great energy. Everybody is welcoming, warming, and they're asking you, are you okay? You need anything? Very attentive, and they're supporting us.
So we are so excited. This is our 4th year of partnership with Chicago Housing Authority. And we're so honored to celebrate, to pamper, to love on 150 moms. When you think about the adversities that they've had, different things that they've had to go through, whether from COVID, aftermath of that, through illness, through life adversities, it's truly, truly touching to see them smile from the inside out. And our goal is to bring joy.
We're here for a Mother's Day makeover. It's going great. It's bigger than it was last year. It's great. People came out and they doing hair. See, I got my hair did, got my makeup did. Yes, I'm enjoying it. Yes.
So this is just a way to say thank you. We love you. We appreciate you. You are valued. You are needed. We wouldn't be who we are without you. So we're so grateful.
I recently just lost my grandmother, and she was really the financial backing for what we was living at. And so once she died, everything fell on me. So I actually got caught at the right time because I really needed this.
Restore Home is an initiative to bring back online, vacant buildings that CHA has had, in some cases for years, have been vacant. The full building has been vacant. CHA owns hundreds of buildings throughout the city, but in this case, we have some 2 flats, 3 flats, small apartment buildings that have been vacant for a long time, and we want to make those available for families off of our public housing waiting list, and so we have been committed to doing this in a very short time frame to bring those and make those available to families.
It was a relief because I just was so worried that I wouldn't find a place to stay and it would be too late. I thought I was going to be homeless. So it was a relief when I got called. Amazing because, like you said, it was up and running in November. By December, I was called. Beginning of April, I was moved in. It definitely worked and y'all doing what you said you were going to do. So I'm very happy and excited. They brought a new refrigerator, new stove. Everything was brand new in here, which I love. It's a nice half a bathroom downstairs and a whole bathroom upstairs. And my oldest daughter, she have her own bedroom, which she loves because she want her own space.
This is what we should be focused on at all times, which is providing quality living environments in strong communities that help families move forward. And so this is just an example, but we do it every single day and we will continue to do it.
I felt like it was a weight lifted off my shoulders because I was worried about where we was gonna go. Because my grandmother had, everything was coming from her income. And after she died, I just was worried my kids won't have a place to stay. So this was God's plan.
What happened at Los Americas on January 12th was an unfortunate incident that was triggered by a ComEd outage. There was I don't know if you recall that it came out first. It was a thunderstorm, shocked the lines, and when it hit the ComEd transformer that's on the pole, that transformer just sent a shock through our lines and fried our entire system.
And then I hear something like the 4th of July in the back. So I seen stuff popping and like fireworks. Then the lights flickered on and off, and then it said boop, and everything was out.
We got a call that there was an emergency here at Las Americas and everyone had to be evacuated and housed at a hotel. And it was actually a holiday weekend. People were looking forward to an extra day off, looking forward to celebrating Dr. King's birthday and so forth, and it all stopped.
So we lost generators, which then we came into a deep freeze. A couple days later, there was a deep freeze. When that deep freeze hit, it fried everything again. As I talk about fried, now we're freezing.
Everybody stopped what they were doing, and we all came together and took care of these residents and got them to the hotel safely, got them situated, got them in their rooms.
Our resident services team did a tremendous job keeping our residents engaged. We actually had to relocate every family in the building. We had 185 families that need to be relocated.
They fed us, they gave us snacks, toiletries, we played bingo. It couldn't have been better.
They ended up being there for several days. They got meals every day. We had activities for them. We brought in clothes for them.
And we had staff serving them. So our staff came out and they were there sometimes 24 hours.
So then they said, well, you guys don't have to pay rent for February. So I jumped out my seat. Because I like that.
Just the CHA team coming together. We worked together already, but we really got to learn each other, and everybody just jumped in and did amazing things.
I think this was, again, as I always have to say, this was a great coordination for the agency, along with other departments and other private entities that made this a success story for the agency.
I want to deliver the message that they went above and beyond to help senior citizens. And they did a wonderful job. Everybody involved did a terrific job. They can take pride in that because I know I was proud of them. Just fabulous.
I want to be the first to welcome you here today to our 2023 Senior Gala, where we'll be taking a fantastic voyage today.
Today we're at the 2023 Senior Holiday Gala at the Hyatt Regency Chicago. I am so pleased with today's event. The energy in the room, just everyone's always dressed so beautiful and having a good time, but today is even more special. The energy is just really high.
Oh, I'm having a fantastic time. The food was delicious. The cake, everything was all good.
This room is full of 1,500 fabulously dressed seniors who are out for the day, and they could go to the night because they're full of energy and verve and ready for the world.
Oh, great time. Yes, I was dancing and screaming and moving, and the food was delicious. And they to come and enjoy themselves and to enjoy life because it is so short. Even though we're at a certain age, we can still have fun.
The holiday season is about giving, and this is a gift from CHA to the seniors to wish them the best in health and wealth and peace in the new year.
So today is our 16th annual CHA Operation Warm event. We are giving away 5,000 brand new winter coats to kids who live in CHA housing throughout the city of Chicago. And we're hosting a service fair with 30 organizations.
And since that time, since we started, we've given over 5 million children a brand new coat.
So we have incredible sponsorship support this year, and many of them are here in our resource fair as well. They include our healthcare partners such as Molina Healthcare, Aetna, and Blue Cross Blue Shield, County Care. We also have organizations providing free or low-cost internet service such as AT&T, Assurance Wireless. We also have 12,000 plus books here through our involvement in the Book Rich Environments initiative.
This is my second year here, but this is the best year here. The more importantly thing that we have received today was the books of some coats for my grandchildren.
This is the fourth time that I've been able to be blessed to be a part of this event. This was one of the first events I ever went to, and it is still one of my favorite events.
I got her books, I got her coats, and resources for the public library and for the park district.
You know, this event epitomizes this administration's commitment to lifting hardworking families.
I first heard about the down payment program through a CHA worker, Ashley, and she called and she thought it would be a good program for me to apply for.
So the CHA's Down Payment Assistance Program is a program that delivers a $20,000 grant for first-time home buyers. They can use this down payment assistance towards closing costs and down payment assistance.
Going over everything and me signing all the documents for the grants and the home and the title and everything, and it was just so surreal. And it really didn't hit me until I got the keys in my hand and came in, and I was like, okay, like this is mine finally. Like middle class, so it's not a lot of resources I feel like that's in that group of people. So we don't qualify for certain benefits for low class, but we do need some assistance. And I think that's where the DPA program, the DPA grant comes in hand for.
This down payment assistance can help to lower their monthly mortgage amounts and make it more affordable.
I think people don't realize that you can become homeowners. In my immediate family, I am the first homeowner in my immediate family. So I'm telling everyone.
Our 13th annual CHA Springboard to Success Take Flight College reception was our largest ever. The Chicago Bulls, they're hosting us here in this wonderful space once again. So this year we had wonderful sponsorship support. Molina Healthcare, AT&T provided us with 180 brand new laptops, and Snapchat is a first-time sponsor as well. We had 180 kids here today. So excited to see so many of our youth headed off to colleges all across the country.
I feel blessed, being here, seeing kids, who you know, who's going to college, who just experienced college, come here, be together, you know, have a good time, you know, get new stuff for their dorms, and enjoying their experience in college. It's like a blessed day.
It's just so wonderful to be able to support CHA youth taking this next important step in their journey. So today we are in the third floor conference center. We are hosting our annual Take Flight networking and recruitment event for CHA college students and recent graduates.
I'm a freshman at Loyola Marymount University in Los Angeles, California, and I'm also a CHA resident. So I thought today would be a good opportunity to like network and just help build my resume, and I need to like update my headshot as well.
Make connections with someone, potentially finding a job, or even just getting my foot in the door as far as like interning with them to later get a higher position.
And we had a huge group of students waking up, coming downtown to network and to further their careers and their education goals. So it's really, the vibes are always great.
I'm proud to be here today for this groundbreaking of the final rental phase of West Haven Park.
You know, it's only fitting that this would probably be one of the first to be done in completing to have the number of residents that's supposed to come back to be able to come back.
Community. So I commend the Chicago Housing Authority. The commissioner has done a great job during the time that she has served and worked.
Here we're celebrating the creation of affordable housing in the city of Chicago. It is also indicative of the work that we continue to do. We don't stop just because we checked a box. We have to keep going. And so we're here to celebrate checking that box and then the next steps.
This event has motivated me tremendously. It's hard to see people that look like you, sound like you, come from areas similar to you, be prosperous, you know, so it's just encouraged me to continue going, continue to reach higher heights and set the bar even higher. Now I want to just help other people that was in the same shoes as me at one point in time.
When I'm baking, it's just, I like to kind of like have that quiet time. I know most people say, well, it's not quiet. It is. There's just machines going and our music maybe, but I could just kind of be in my own zone, I think, and that's what I like the most about baking. It started as a homeschool project with my daughter at the time, my oldest daughter at the time, who was 7. We were doing a project on the Navy bean, how it received its name, its health benefits, and so that's how we all got started. We did bean pie, bean soup, and bean salad as the foods around that project. The bean pie turned out pretty good, salad not so good, but 2 out of 3 is not bad.
I remember coming downstairs, and I do remember tasting it. But you ever had something that just hit you all of a sudden? So I remember tasting it, and all of a sudden all these thoughts started hitting me after that taste. I was like, man, this could lead into something. So I told my wife, I said, I think this can be a real good business.
A lot of people think a bean pie is a savory dish. It's actually a dessert. So it's a sweet dish. It's made with navy beans. Why do we use the navy beans? Because when you mix protein and sugar, it's easier on the digestive system for you to digest. What we did, we sold them in a fundraiser for the school. And from there, people kept coming back. And then I said, well, this is a business that we could teach our youth that we, how to make and manufacture their own product. So the next thing you know, we were in Pete's Fresh Markets, Whole Foods, Ultra, Fair Play. The youth had an idea of putting it online, and now we ship throughout the United States as well. So Section 3 has been working with me one-on-one with counseling. It also outsourced some consultations for our company, and they were very instrumental in helping me to build out a balance sheet that actually showed how we would do better in retail.
Most residents call our area CHA Section 3, but we have rebranded and reimagined ourselves, and we're now known as the Workforce Opportunity Resource Center. And we love to help our residents start, grow, transform their businesses through coaching, educating, mentoring, and networking.
I'm going to say something funny, but that business owners need bosses too. And what do I mean by that? We need sometimes just that person to help keep you accountable. I tell everybody the secret is love. Yeah, because a lot of people can get a recipe and you can make a pie. But that's the secret. The secret is love.
What makes Dr. Harris special? Her heart, her desire to bring out of every person that God would allow her to come in their midst.
Dr. Harris is a strong leader, is a female, and she's very militant and very passionate when it comes to her purpose and the things that she knows that God would have her to do.
Dr. Harris has had a tremendous impact on the community. Her sacrifices, her humility, her servitude. Dr. Harris would have these community breakfasts, and they would have like 3,000 to 5,000 people at these breakfasts.
Not only does she teach the word or preach the word, she gets out there and do the word. Her broad reach when it comes to government, when it comes to education, when it comes to religion, has been to just really be a demonstrator of the Word of God.
This honor is so well deserved because when you see a person live their life and for them to be able to experience a plateau or to receive a trophy or to receive the recognition for their labor, it lets her know that the labor has not been in vain.
Thank you for your labor of love, your heart, your passion, your bold, lion-like spirit for helping us to become what we are today.
ILA is a collaborative community and soon-to-be physical location in Chicago, dedicated to educating, elevating, and celebrating Black artistry. Founded by me, Rachel Gatson. We explore the arts through educational experiences, intentional programming, and empowering events. We recognize and honor all Black artists because we know Black artists deserve recognition for their talent.
So Territory is this really big group of teens who have come together, who work really hard to just bring up new creative solutions, how we can, as young people, fix it for the future or for other people who live in it now.
And our mission is to make the street more welcoming and just more attractive for teenagers.
I feel like it's important to help out my community that I live in and contribute to making the place where I live a better place.
I want to see my city look different because I know that there's a lot of injustices here.
You know what? This is my city. This is where I grew up. I want to make it better. I feel like it's only proper for us to have a voice in what we see, what we do, what we experience at Western.
The Chicago chess community is very diverse, and by expanding access to chess, it gives more people the opportunity to learn lessons like the one I've learned. Hi, I'm Aria, and I'm a junior from Whitney Young. Chess has taught me to learn from losing, and I've been able to apply that to my life. One of the ways I've applied the things that I've learned from chess is by teaching girls around the nation how to apply the skills that I've learned from chess into their own lives. I love the Chicago chess community because it's both competitive and supportive.
I wanted my organization to be a part of representing the African diaspora around the world, looking at what do we know to be true about who we are as a people. Two words have become really key to our work. The first is Afro-contemporary, so it's kind of a descriptor of the movement aesthetic, the style that we use. Artivism, this idea of art and activism as a fusion, speaks to the work that we do in community, the work that we do through our education programs. I wanted a company where Black dancers could have a home and that we could create together.
I love the game. Like, I can't really explain it, but we want. Oh yeah.
These kids are all creative and all have their own unique ability to affect change in different ways.
Basketball is not just playing, it's like you learn from it, you get ideas from it.
I like to lead. I have a lot of leadership in me.
The inner city of Chicago is rough around the edges, but you'd be surprised what could spring up when you nurture it and you feed it some life. Chicago Eco House, based on the south side of Chicago. We take over vacant lots and we turn them into solar-powered flower farms that creates jobs for at-risk young people. I'm Keelan Blackwell, president and founder of Chicago Eco House. We do really care about growing in a way that is sensitive to Mother Nature. We teach, our staff the way you really treat the environment is the way you're going to be treated as well.
We've come a long way since CHA's first owner symposium in 2008. Back then, the symposium was designed as a one-day event to educate property owners on CHA's Housing Choice Voucher Program. and share the tools and resources they needed to thrive as our partners. Word of that successful first gathering quickly spread, and we realized just how many rental housing providers were searching for an event like the symposium. Symposium has always exceeded our expectations. That first year, we welcomed about 560 attendees. By 2013, the symposium had grown into the premier event for property owners, managers, investors, and real estate professionals across the city, drawing 1,000 attendees representing more than 10,000 rental units. Owner Symposium online in 2020 was a tough decision, but one that also opened new opportunities. Not only did Symposium Week 20 see just as many attendees as years past, it created a way for people to keep engaging with us after the event ended through the availability of on-demand session recordings. It also meant that new attendees who couldn't make the live event had access to the information at their convenience. Moving forward, I expect that some part of the symposium will always be online to reach the people who really need it. A strong housing market doesn't happen by accident. It's the result of long hours and hard work by committed housing providers, and CHA is in a unique position to support these efforts. I don't think any organization but CHA could host an event like the symposium year over year. With more than 50,000 families living in homes with support from Housing Choice Vouchers, and many more in need, CHA is deeply committed to fostering these relationships and building on our strong foundations. So, whether you're an industry veteran or you just got started last month, thank you. Thank you for being our partner in this mission and for all the work you do each and every day to support Chicago families.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Chanel Davis, and I'm a CH resident. And this opportunity has given me and my family nothing but joy. CHA has provided security and just a big old hug to me. We have been through a lot, and we just love our neighborhood. I'm sorry, but I see that my kids will not have a future if it wasn't for CHA, because they provided my child with resources to put him through college. That I did not see that at all before I met these people. I didn't see my son go to college. And I just want to thank them so much. And I really do appreciate it. Thank you.
So today is our 17th annual CHA Operation Warm event. We have over 2,000 CHA families who will descend upon the UIC Forum today to pick up brand new winter coats for their children and participate in our resource fair with over 30 organizations this year. This event is so important for our families and well known. They look forward to it. We have families who no longer have children who are eligible for coats who still want to attend because of all of the giveaways and the resources and the service fair. They can get their free flu shot or a COVID booster. They can get brand new books through the Book Rich Environments Initiative with the National Book Foundation.
Yes, this is our largest event of the year every year, with 5,000 coats being given away, and we call it more than a coat. People are not only getting warmth for their kids, but the kids are getting confidence and they're getting hope, and the families are getting connected with these great social services.
I give my kids some coats and other stuff that they have every year. It's really nice. I appreciate that they give out food. I appreciate the comment, the lights, those things come in handy. The books, definitely, and just medical help that they might give, the advice when they have people coming to give people free phones. I like the energy, the DJ as well, the music, it's a vibe.
It's about some people.
I came to get some coats for the kids. Hey, Aldis. Very helpful. It's a blessing that you guys do this every year for like the people in need, you know.
So I'm getting some books, some snacks, and some jackets. I think they good, and we're gonna for sure use them for the winter.
17 years in to putting on this event, we are approaching 200,000 coats that we've distributed to well over 40,000 families.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Chanel Davis, and I'm a CH president. And this opportunity has given me and my family nothing but joy. CHA has provided security and just a big old hug to me. We have been through a lot, and we just love our neighborhood. I'm sorry, but I see that my kids will not have a future if it wasn't for CHA, because they provided my child with resources to put him through college. That I did not see that at all before I met these people. I didn't see my son go to college. And I just want to thank them so much. And I really do appreciate it. Thank you.
I'm proud to be here today for this groundbreaking of the final rental phase of West Haven Park.
You know, it's only fitting that this would probably be one of the first to be done in completing to have the number of residents that's supposed to come back to be able to come back.
Community. So I commend the Chicago Housing Authority. The commissioner has done a great job during the time that she has served and worked.
We're celebrating the creation of affordable housing in the city of Chicago. It is also indicative of the work that we continue to do. We don't stop just because we checked a box. We have to keep going. And so we're here to celebrate checking that box and then the next steps.
What happened at Los Americas on January 12th was an unfortunate incident that was triggered by a ComEd outage. There was I don't know if you recall that it came out first. It was a thunderstorm, shocked the lines, and when it hit the ComEd transformer that's on the pole, that transformer just sent a shock through our lines and fried our entire system.
And then I hear something like the 4th of July in the back. So I seen stuff popping and like fireworks. Then the lights flickered on and off, and then it said boop, and everything was out.
We got a call that there was an emergency here at Las Americas and everyone had to be evacuated and housed at a hotel. And it was actually a holiday weekend. People were looking forward to an extra day off, looking forward to celebrating Dr. King's birthday and so forth. And it all stopped.
So we lost the generators, which then we came into a deep freeze. A couple days later, there was a deep freeze. When that deep freeze hit, it fried everything again. As I talk about fried, now we're freezing.
Everybody stopped what they were doing, and we all came together and took care of these residents and got them to the hotel safely, got them situated, got them in their rooms.
Our resident services team did a tremendous job keeping our residents engaged. We actually had to relocate every family in the building. We had 185 families that need to be relocated.
They fed us, they gave us snacks, toiletries, we played bingo. It couldn't have been better.
They ended up being there for several days. They got meals every day. We had activities for them. We brought in clothes for them.
And we had staff serving them. So our staff came out and they were there sometimes 24 hours.
So then they said, well, you guys don't have to pay rent for February. So I jumped out my seat. Because I like that.
Just the CHA team coming together. We worked together already, but we really got to learn each other, and everybody just jumped in and did amazing things.
I think this was, again, as I always have to say, this was a great coordination for the agency, along with other departments and other private entities that made this a success story for the agency.
I want to deliver the message that they went above and beyond to help senior citizens, and they did a wonderful job. Everybody involved did a terrific job. They can take pride in that because I know I was proud of them. Just fabulous.
ILA is a collaborative community and soon-to-be physical location in Chicago, dedicated to educating, elevating, and celebrating Black artistry. Founded by me, Rachel Gatson. We explore the arts through educational experiences, intentional programming, and empowering events. We recognize and honor all Black artists because we know Black artists deserve recognition for their talent.
So Territory is this really big group of teens who have come together, who work really hard to just bring up new creative solutions, how we can, as young people, fix it for the future or for other people who live in it now.
And our mission is to make the street more welcoming and just more attractive for teenagers.
I feel like it's important to help out my community that I live in and contribute to making the place where I live a better place.
I want to see my city look different because I know that there's a lot of injustices here.
You know what? This is my city. This is where I grew up. I want to make it better. I feel like it's only proper for us to have a voice in what we see, what we do, what we experience at Western.
The Chicago chess community is very diverse, and by expanding access to chess, it gives more people the opportunity to learn lessons like the one I've learned. Hi, I'm Aria, and I'm a junior from Whitney Young. Chess has taught me to learn from losing, and I've been able to apply that to my life. One of the ways I've applied the things that I've learned from chess is by teaching girls around the nation how to apply the skills that I've learned from chess into their own lives. I love the Chicago chess community because it's both competitive and supportive.
I wanted my organization to be a part of representing the African diaspora around the world, looking at what do we know to be true about who we are as a people. Two words have become really key to our work. The first is Afro-contemporary, so it's kind of a descriptor of the movement aesthetic and the style that we use. Artivism, this idea of art and activism as a fusion, speaks to the work that we do in community, the work that we do through our education programs. I wanted a company where Black dancers could have a home and that we could create together.
I love the game. Like, I can't really explain it, but we want. Oh yeah.
These kids are all creative and all have their own unique ability to affect change in different ways.
Basketball is not just playing, it's like you learn from it, you get ideas from it.
I like to lead. I have a lot of leadership in me.
The inner city of Chicago is rough around the edges, but you'd be surprised what could spring up when you nurture it and you feed it some life. Chicago Eco House, based on the south side of Chicago. We take over vacant lots and we turn them into solar-powered flower farms that creates jobs for at-risk young people. I'm Keelan Blackwell, president and founder of Chicago Eco House. We do really care about growing in a way that is sensitive to Mother Nature. We teach, our staff the way you really treat the environment is the way you're going to be treated as well.
In Chicago's historic Bronzeville community, a project that could ultimately lead to the transformation of our energy infrastructure is quietly taking shape. Now, it could pave the way to a sustainable green energy future while at the same time making the nation's power infrastructure more resilient to everything from extreme weather to a terrorist attack. Now, it's a collaboration between the Illinois Institute of Technology, the Chicago Housing Authority, and ComEd called the Bronzeville Community Microgrid. And it's charting a path to the future by taking an old idea and updating it for the 21st century.
Basically, the first microgrid was built by Edison in 1881. So microgrid by itself is not a new technology. He had a power plant, he pulled wire to the neighborhood, and it was an isolated system, started turning the lights on the streets and providing electricity to the neighbors who were primarily rich people who could afford the electricity at the time. What's different now is that we are using the same idea of the microgrid. However, we are using very advanced technologies, renewable energy technologies, very advanced storage technologies. So everything has developed to be, much more efficient, much less costly, and all of that. And that's what makes it different from the days of Edison.
Bronzeville is a very important community to Chicago. It's got a lot of heart, it's got a lot of passion. As represented by this mural, it's got a lot of forward thinkers and innovative thinkers. It makes it the perfect place, the center of the energy transformation really in the world.
As a Bronzeville resident and a Bronzeville business owner, no matter what community you live in, you want to live in a modern community. And I think the grid represents state-of-art technology as it relates to power and power failures. So in layman's terms, to me it means when there are power failures, the whole city doesn't have to suffer, and you can deal with these problems in sections.
When we look at our communities that have been disinvested, and when we talk about environmental justice, it's really important that clean energy is something that CHA is always pursuing. We've been working on this project for almost 10 years with the community. We're part of the Better Climate Challenge, where we've committed to reducing our carbon emissions by 50% by 2033, and we're well on track, having reduced it just in 1 year by 5%. But also it has provided opportunities for new jobs. So through this program, we had 4 residents who went through training on solar installations and so on, and who are now certified in an industry that is only going to grow.
So in the last few years, the CHA has worked with our partners over at ComEd to install solar panels on each of the 16 residential mid-sized buildings here at Dearborn Homes. We typically use across the campus about 6 million kilowatt hours annually. The solar panels are supplementing that energy by about 10%, which means that we're generating about 600,000 kilowatt hours annually through the solar panels that we in turn do not have to buy from ComEd.
Behind this just beautiful mural is what we call the battery energy storage system, which helps provide that resilient power. A microgrid really is a conglomeration of a lot of different smart devices, all controlled by a master controller. And it provides, on any normal day, the microgrid is actually connected to the main grid. But then in the event of a large disturbance, the microgrid would be able to island or disconnect itself from the main grid and use the resources, the generation, the solar, the energy, to still have a continuous power supply. Every single one of the thousands of residents, the police station, the fire station, the schools, and all the small businesses here in Bronzeville would still remain with power.
If you don't have a microgrid, and then if let's say the vicinity, the neighborhood is an outage, then you have to turn everything off. Because while the lineman is fixing the grid, you cannot use or turn on your generator or solar because the electron is going to run into the system. and the lineman is going to get electrocuted.
This allows us to continue to operate when we have storms or inclement weather, where we need to make sure that our businesses are still functioning. You know, the fire, ambulance, you know, all of the things that are necessary to operate within the city of Chicago to service this community to continue. And we appreciate it, you know, having this microgrid right here in Bronzeville.
And ComEd's Dale Players says with the benefits microgrids bring, in the future we could see them in every community.
So today is our 16th annual CHA Operation Warm event. We are giving away 5,000 brand new winter coats to kids who live in CHA housing throughout the city of Chicago. And we're hosting a service fair with 30 organizations.
And since that time, since we started, we've given over 5 million children a brand new coat.
So we have incredible sponsorship support this year, and many of them are here in our resource fair as well. They include our healthcare partners such as Molina Healthcare, Aetna, and Blue Cross Blue Shield, County Care. We also have organizations providing free or low-cost internet service such as AT&T, Assurance Wireless. We also have 12,000 plus books here through our involvement in the Book Rich Environments Initiative.
This is my second year here, but this is the best year here. The more importantly thing that we have received today was the books of some coats for my grandchildren.
This is the fourth time that I've been able to be blessed to be a part of this event. This was one of the first events I ever went to, and it is still one of my favorite events.
I got her books, I got her coats, and resources for the public library and for the park district.
You know, this event epitomizes this administration's commitment to lifting hardworking families.
What makes Dr. Harris special? Her heart, her desire to bring out of every person that God would allow her to come in their midst.
Dr. Harris is a strong leader, is a female, and she's very militant and very passionate when it comes to her purpose and the things that she knows that God would have her to do.
Dr. Harris has had a tremendous impact on the community. Her sacrifices, her humility, her servitude. Dr. Harris would have these community breakfasts, and they would have like 3,000 to 5,000 people at these breakfasts.
Not only does she teach the word or preach the word, she gets out there and do the word. Her broad reach when it comes to government, when it comes to education, when it comes to religion, has been to just really be a demonstrator of the Word of God.
This honor is so well deserved because when you see a person live their life and for them to be able to experience a plateau or to receive a trophy or to receive the recognition for their labor, it lets her know that the labor has not been in vain.
Thank you for your labor of love, your heart, your passion, your bold, lion-like spirit for helping us to become what we are today.
This event has motivated me tremendously. It's hard to see people that look like you, sound like you, come from areas similar to you, be prosperous, you know. So it's just encouraged me to continue going, continue to reach higher heights and set the bar even higher. Now I want to just help other people that was in the same shoes as me at one point in time.
I first heard about the down payment program through a CHA worker, Ashley, and she called and she thought it would be a good program for me to apply for.
So the CHA's Down Payment Assistance Program is a program that delivers a $20,000 grant for first-time home buyers. They can use this down payment assistance towards closing costs and down payment assistance.
And going over everything and me signing all the documents for the grants and the home and the title and everything, and it was just so surreal. And it really didn't hit me until I got the keys in my hand and came in, and I was like, okay, like this is mine finally. Like middle class, so it's not a lot of resources I feel like that's in that group of people. So we don't qualify for certain benefits for low class, but we do need some assistance. And I think that's where the DPA program, the DPA grant comes in hand for.
This down payment assistance can help to lower their monthly mortgage amounts and make it more affordable.
I think people don't realize that you can become homeowners. In my immediate family, I am the first homeowner in my immediate family. So I'm telling everyone.
So today we are in the third floor conference center. We are hosting our annual Take Flight networking and recruitment event for CHA college students and recent graduates.
I'm a freshman at Loyola Marymount University in Los Angeles, California, and I'm also a CHA resident, so I thought today would be a good opportunity to network and just help build my resume, and I need to update my headshot as well.
Make connections with someone, potentially finding a job, or even just getting my foot in the door as far as interning with them to later get a higher position.
And we had a huge group of students waking up, coming downtown to network and to further their careers and their education goals. So it's really, the vibes are always great.
I recently just lost my grandmother, and she was really the financial backing for where we was living at. And so once she died, everything fell on me. So I actually got caught at the right time because I really needed this.
Restore Home is an initiative to bring back online, vacant buildings that CHA has had, in some cases for years, have been vacant. The full building has been vacant. CHA owns hundreds of buildings throughout the city, but in this case, we have some 2 flats, 3 flats, small apartment buildings that have been vacant for a long time, and we want to make those available for families off of our public housing waiting list, and so we have been committed to doing this in a very short time frame to bring those and make those available to families.
It was a relief because I just was so worried that I wouldn't find a place to stay, and it would be too late. I thought I was going to be homeless. So it was a relief when I got called. Amazing, because you said it was up and running in November. By December I was called. Beginning of April I was moved in. It definitely working, and y'all doing what you said you were going to do. So I'm very happy and excited. They brought a new refrigerator, new stove. Everything was brand new in here, which I love. It's a nice half a bathroom downstairs and a whole bathroom upstairs. And my oldest daughter, she have her own bedroom, which she loves because she want her own space.
This is what we should be focused on at all times, which is providing quality living environments in strong communities that help families move forward. And so if this is just an example, but we do it every single day, and we will continue to do it.
I felt like it was a weight lifted off my shoulders because I was worried about where we was going to go. Because my grandmother had everything was coming from her income. And after she died, I just was worried my kids won't have a place to stay. So this was God's plan.
Our 13th annual CHA Springboard to Success Take Flight College reception was our largest ever. The Chicago Bulls, they're hosting us here in this wonderful space once again. So this year we had wonderful sponsorship support. Molina Healthcare, AT&T provided us with 180 brand new laptops, and Snapchat is a first-time sponsor as well. We had 180 kids here today. So excited to see so many of our youth headed off to colleges all across the country.
I feel blessed, being here, seeing kids, who who going to college, who just experience college, come here, be together, have a good time, get new stuff for their dorm, and enjoying their experience in college. It's like a blessed day.
It's just so wonderful to be able to support CHA youth taking this next important step in their journey. We are at our 14th annual Take Flight College reception. We are celebrating 200 CHA youth from across the city of Chicago heading off to colleges all around the United States.
It's still kind of shocking at the same time because, you know, not a lot of people go to college, and then not a lot of people go to college to play sports. And so I'm so forever grateful for that. Like, my mom sacrificed a lot for me during my high school years. My mom, my dad. So it means a lot to me because I know a lot of people that go to my school, my high school, or that go to school that don't got parent support at all and are struggling. And to have my parents care so much about me and do a lot, do sacrifice and stuff they do for me is very, it helps me so much, and it's very, like, I'm very big on it. I appreciate that a lot.
So my emotion is over the moon. This is such a huge accomplishment for my son. And I'm so proud that he went the distance and stood strong in what he was doing.
Well, I'm here to see more opportunities before I go off to college and meet new people and make new connections. Okay. That there's a lot of opportunities and there's like different ways to like branch out, and there's a lot of support. So that people should take advantage of it because it's not always going to be here.
I want to say to CHA, thank you, thank you, thank you. You made it not hard on a parent to be able to not to think about rent and to be able to focus on the bigger picture. And I just want to say thank you.
We've come a long way since CHA's first owner symposium in 2008. Back then, the symposium was designed as a one-day event to educate property owners on CHA's Housing Choice Voucher Program and share the tools and resources they needed to thrive as our partners. Word of that successful first gathering quickly spread, and we realized just how many rental housing providers were searching for an event like the symposium. Symposium has always exceeded our expectations. That first year, we welcomed about 560 attendees. By 2013, the symposium had grown into the premier event for property owners, managers, investors, and real estate professionals across the city, drawing 1,000 attendees representing more than 10,000 rental units. Homeowner Symposium online in 2020 was a tough decision, but one that also opened new opportunities. Not only didn't Symposium Week 20 see just as many attendees as years past, it created a way for people to keep engaging with us after the event ended, through the availability of on-demand session recordings. It also meant that new attendees who couldn't make the live event had access to the information at their convenience. Moving forward, I expect that some part of the symposium will always be online to reach the people who really need it. A strong housing market doesn't happen by accident. It's the result of long hours and hard work by committed housing providers, and CHA is in a unique position to support these efforts. I don't think any organization but CHA could host an event like the symposium year over year. With more than 50,000 families living in homes with support from Housing Choice Vouchers, and many more in need, CHA is deeply committed to fostering these relationships and building on our strong foundations. So, whether you're an industry veteran or you just got started last month, thank you. Thank you for being our partner in this mission and for all the work you do each and every day to support Chicago families.
Be the first to welcome you here today to our 2023 Senior Gala, where we'll be taking a fantastic voyage today. Today we're at the 2023 Senior Holiday Gala at the Hyatt Regency Chicago. I am so pleased with today's event. The energy in the room, just everyone's always dressed so beautiful and having a good time, but today is even more special. The energy is just really high.
Oh, I'm having a fantastic time. The food was delicious, the cake, everything was all good.
This room is full of 1,500 fabulously dressed seniors who are out for the day, and they could go to the night because they're full of energy and verve and ready for the world.
Oh, great time. Yes, I was dancing and screaming and moving, and the food was delicious. And they to come and enjoy themselves and to enjoy life because it is so short. Even though we're at a certain age, we can still have fun.
The holiday season is about giving, and this is a gift from CHA to the seniors to wish them the best in health and wealth and peace in the new year.
Today, we are pampering 150 CHA moms in celebration of Mother's Day. So we are so excited to once again partner with the Daisy Foundation, who are putting together this wonderful day of pampering for CHA moms. They're getting a full makeover that includes hairstyling, makeup, a brand new outfit, an opportunity to take before and after photos.
I'm here today to celebrate Mother's Day and also to get a makeover from the Chicago's finest. This is my first time. I love it. Great energy. Everybody is welcoming, warming. and they're asking you, are you okay? You need anything? Very attentive, and they're supporting us.
So we are so excited. This is our 4th year of partnership with Chicago Housing Authority, and we're so honored to celebrate, to pamper, to love on 150 moms. When you think about the adversities that they've had, different things that they've had to go through, whether from COVID, aftermath of that, through illness, through life adversities, it's truly, truly touching to see them smile from the inside out. And our goal is to bring joy.
We're here for a Mother's Day makeover. It's going great. It's bigger than it was last year. It's great. People came out and they doing hair. See, I got my hair did, got my makeup did. Yes, I'm enjoying it. Yes.
So this is just a way to say thank you. We love you. We appreciate you. You are valued. You are needed. We wouldn't be who we are without you. So we're so grateful.
So today we're here at UIC Student Center, and we're actually hosting our 2nd annual homeownership symposium for CHA residents and future homeowners. One of the things that intrigued me was just this whole idea of building generational wealth, and it's something that I learned later on in life. And I do believe that CHA having a mission in mind of helping our families to do just the same thing. We have so many residents who say, I want to own my own. I want to have my own home. And I too believe that sometimes it's just a matter of giving them the information, connecting them with the right people, connecting them with other people who are like-minded, who have this dream and this journey of homeownership. And also just letting them hear from like the panel discussion that we have today.
The ownership, I've been in ownership since 2013. How I got involved was, I got to see a lot of my friends buying homes. I come from the projects, the family of 7. So I just wanted my own, you know. Then I got tired of the landlords, you know. So that's what really motivated me. This is an opportunity to get your voucher, move, save up your money, become self-sufficient, encourage them to come because it's very educational. It's a lot of resources, lots of workshops to learn about some of the tips on the do's and the don'ts when you do become a homeowner.
This event is close to my heart because as we talk about the mission of CHA when it comes to self-sufficiency and economic power and generational wealth, homeownership is the way that families can build that generational wealth. Many in the community do not know that CHA has not only rental, but we also support families who want to pursue homeownership. And I like to say that what we are helping families do is to pursue a place to call home, to become owners in their community and part of their community in a way that helps them build a place to build dreams for their children and for the rest of their family.
When I'm baking, it's just, I like to kind of like have that quiet time. I know most people say, well, it's not quiet. It is. There's just machines going and our music maybe, but I could just kind of be in my own zone, I think, and that's what I like the most about baking. It started as a homeschool project with my daughter at the time, my oldest daughter at the time, who was 7. We were doing a project on the Navy bean, how it received its name, its health benefits, and so that's how we all got started. We did bean pie, bean soup, and bean salad as the foods around that project. The bean pie turned out pretty good, salad not so good, but 2 out of 3 is not bad.
I remember coming downstairs, and I do remember tasting it. But you ever had something that just hit you all of a sudden? So I remember tasting it, and all of a sudden all these thoughts started hitting me off to that taste. I was like, man, this could lead into something. So I told my wife, I said, I think this can be a real good business.
A lot of people think a bean pie is a savory dish. It's actually a dessert. So it's a sweet dish. It's made with navy beans. Why do we use the navy beans? Because when you mix protein and sugar, it's easier on the digestive system for you to digest. What we did, we sold them in a fundraiser for the school. And from there, people kept coming back. And then I said, well, this is a business that we could teach our youth that we, how to make and manufacture their own product. So next thing you know, we were in Peach Fresh Markets, Whole Foods, Ultra, Fair Play. The youth had an idea of putting it online, and now we ship throughout the United States as well. So Section 3 has been working with me one-on-one with counseling. It also outsourced some consultations for our company, and they were very instrumental in helping me to build out a balance sheet that actually showed how we would do better in retail.
Most residents call our area CHA Section 3, but we have rebranded and reimagined ourselves, and we're now known as the Workforce Opportunity Resource Center. And we love to help our residents start, grow, transform their businesses through coaching, educating, mentoring, and networking.
I'm going to say something funny, but that business owners need bosses too. And what do I mean by that? We need sometimes just that person to help keep you accountable. I tell everybody the secret is love. Yeah, because a lot of people can get a recipe and you can make a pie. But that's the secret. The secret is love.
Give me a C!
So today is our 17th annual CHA Operation Warm event. We have over 2,000 CHA families who will descend upon the UIC Forum today to pick up brand new winter coats for their children and participate in our resource fair with over 30 organizations this year. This event is so important for our families and well known. They look forward to it. We have families who no longer have children who are eligible for coats who still want to attend because of all of the giveaways and the resources and the service fair. They can get their free flu shot or a COVID booster. They can get brand new books through the Book Rich Environments Initiative with the National Book Foundation.
Yes, this is our largest event of the year every year, with 5,000 coats being given away, and we call it more than a coat. People are not only getting warmth for their kids, but the kids are getting confidence and they're getting hope, and the families are getting connected with these great social services.
I give my kids some coats and other stuff that they have every year. It's really nice. I appreciate that they give out food. I appreciate the comment, the lights, those things come in handy. The books, definitely, and just medical help that they might give, the advice when they have people coming to give people free phones. I like the energy, the DJ as well, the music, it's a vibe.
It's about
some people.
I came to get some coats for the kids. Hey, Alvin. Very helpful. It's a blessing that you guys do this every year for like the people in need, you know.
So I'm getting some books, some snacks, and some jackets. I think they good, and we're gonna for sure use them for the winter.
17 years in to putting on this event, we are approaching 200,000 coats that we've distributed to well over 40,000 families.
May I start? Okay, good. Good afternoon again, and thank you for rejoining today's meeting in person and via our live stream video broadcast. Commissioners just finished meeting in closed session where we discussed items number 10 through 15 and other matters under closed meeting exceptions. Our board secretary will take the roll call.
Commissioner Cobb. Here. Commissioner Gonzalez Cruzy. Commissioner Gutierrez. Commissioner Harris.
Here.
Commissioner Malone.
Here.
Commissioner Matangi.
Here.
Commissioner Parker.
Here.
Commissioner Washington.
Here.
Mr. Chairman, you have a quorum.
Thank you, Lee. Commissioners, draft minutes for the regular and closed meetings of September 12, October 4, October 25, and October 31 were included in your meeting materials. May I have a motion to approve the minutes for the regular board and closed meetings? Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Are there any opposed, recusals, or abstentions? Hearing none, the minutes are hereby approved as submitted. As I mentioned earlier, during closed session, board members discussed items number 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, and 15, and other closed session matters under the exceptions of the Open Meetings Act. Are there any further questions or comments from commissioners on items number 10 through 15? Hearing none, may I have a motion to approve items 10 through 15?
So moved.
Is there a second? Are there all in favor say aye?
Aye.
Are there any opposed, abstentions, or recusals? Hearing none, the motion carries, and the resolution for items number 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, and 15 are approved. If there is no more business to come before the board, may I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
As a reminder, our next committee board meetings are scheduled for Tuesday, January 21st, 2025. Happy holidays. Please be safe. And thank you for coming today. The meeting of November 19th is now adjourned.